Call meeting to order of the Grace County Commission at 1 p.m. May 8th, 2015. Stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll start out with roll call. John.
Here.
Dale.
Here.
Ron.
Here.
Sean.
Here.
Troy's here. Next, we'll move on to the agenda. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda as presented?
Did you have an option 5 on that? Is it on there?
No, it's not on here.
Oh.
I just brought it up. I just finished it up, so I didn't have a chance to turn it in.
Should we add that to the agenda?
Oh, really? We can. I guess it's, I don't even know where it's on the option 1.4, or I guess just under the new courthouse, old courthouse, we're gonna talk about office relocations.
I don't think we need that.
Okay. There's an option 5 that wasn't listed on.
It's not included in the packet.
Right.
You know, they just
Yeah.
finished it up.
But the options aren't listed separately on the agenda anyway.
Okay.
Anything else?
Move to accept the agenda as presented.
Been moved by Sean to accept the agenda as presented. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Move on to the minutes from the previous meeting plus the 2 special meetings.
I think there's 3 special meetings.
3?
I think so. 22nd, 22nd, and
Oh, 22nd, 22nd, 27th.
Okay, I'm on page 3 of the meeting minutes. On that paragraph, it looks like the third paragraph now. Motion by Wakefield to process with the FAR. I think that should be to proceed.
proceed, yep, yep.
And then later it says, as auditor, cost as presented. I think the second as should be strict, as auditor, cost presented.
Oh, yep, okay,
It doesn't need that as.
perfect.
And then a little further down, where now therefore be it resolved, the board hereby authorizes with an S at the end, rather than the board hereby authorizes.
Good catch, Ron. You're the man.
Get me nitpicky in my old age.
Anything else from the minutes on April 17th?
I'd move to approve the April 17th minutes with the corrections, dispense with the reading.
Been moved by Sean to approve the April 17th minutes as amended. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Move on to page 5, the special meeting on April 22nd.
I move to approve the April 22nd minutes as presented and dispense with the reading.
Been moved by Dale to approve the minutes from the special meeting at 3 p.m. on April 22nd. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And there was a special meeting at 3:15 p.m. on April 22nd. We'll take a look at those minutes, please.
Just a comment, it looks like both page 4 and page 6 are duplicates of the same meeting, right there.
No?
No. Oh, yeah, you're right, okay. What page are we on?
6.
Okay.
And move to accept the April 22nd, 3:15 meeting and dispense with the reading of minutes.
Been moved by Sean to approve the minutes from April 22nd, 3:15 p.m. meeting and dispense with the reading. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And finally, the 27th special meeting, which is on page 7 of your packet.
I move to accept April 27th.
Wait a minute. The last paragraph on that one says,
Regular
meet again
session.
in regular session Wednesday, April 22nd. I don't believe that.
I think that should be struck. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2015, regular session on should be stricken, I think. Okay.
And move to approve the minutes as amended and dispense with the reading.
We moved by Sean to approve the minutes of the April 27th meeting and dispense with the reading. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Move on to the bills.
The $12,097.39, it's the State Bank Holding Company EM loan. We talked about this before, we didn't have any luck doing anything with it, but this is a loan that was taken out by the prior commissioners indebting the county to payments on that social services building.
Not legal.
Not legal, there's no vote of the people to authorize anything past what can be paid in 1 year out of the general fund. And this, what's the term on this loan? You're gonna find that out? How many more payments are left?
There were 7 payments, 3 are done, and so 4 are left, including this one.
Annual payments?
Yeah, no biannual payments, correct?
Maturity date is 5/15 of 18.
Okay, then there's 4 more payments of this.
The principal balance is $42,375.
This was budgeted out of the emergency fund for the first year, and then it keeps getting taken out of the emergency fund going forward. It's absolutely against the Century Code to indebt the county to monies that the citizens didn't vote on. No way to do that, but here we are doing it. So the only way to do this correctly, or not correctly, the only way to move forward with it is if it's taken out of the emergency fund, we have to make a resolution stating why this money's being taken out of the emergency fund, and the resolution has to state that the prior commissioners did it wrong, and we can't default on the debt, and we acknowledge that this is outside of our authorization, but what else do you do?
It could be remedied in 2016's budget if we levy for it, right?
No, no, you can't, because of course you can see the conflict. You could do something illegal 1 year and then the next year fix it, stating you were just fixing what you'd done illegal previously. So no, you can't. If the first year they did it, they would have taken all the money out of the emergency fund and allocated it forward, possibly, but that still wouldn't be right. No, the remedy for this is to go to the insurance reserve fund and then let them take it forward and place the blame where it needs to be placed, and then restitution that needs to be made. Because the state's attorney and the previous commissioners authorized this. The state's attorney certainly should have known that this wasn't legal. So where does the fault lie? It lies somewhere within the county, but we don't have a remedy for it because we can't. It certainly wasn't the bank's fault for borrowing the county the money.
I wonder why the bank did it off their balance sheet.
Well, they had to do it off their balance sheet. They certainly knew it wasn't correct. There's no precedence for a public entity coming in and borrowing money like that without a bond issue or anything. So they had to have it off their balance sheet, I would assume.
Because the loan is with the holding company, it's not even with the bank.
Right. I mean, they knew it wasn't correct, but they still did it. So I don't know what we do. We questioned this the last time and we never got anywhere. No one, they just got paid. But
Well, we don't have much choice but to pay it.
well, we have to make if we're going to do it, at the least we have to make the resolution to pay it out of the emergency fund. Because it's a non-budgeted item. I mean, there's no budget for it. There never has been.
All right,
Because there couldn't be.
right.
So we're going to have a resolution drawn up in order to draw funds from the emergency fund.
To finish the loan.
Yeah, and the resolution is going to have to detail what the emergency is, and the emergency is not to finance the social services center. The emergency is to try to remedy something that was done illegal by the previous commissioners. So, we're gonna have to delay paying this until we have the state's attorney draw up the resolution.
Yeah, because you can't really make a resolution for 7 years in a row to make a payment for a new building out of the emergency fund.
No,
And so what are we gonna do next year? Make another resolution to make another annual payment on the building?
well, the resolution out of the emergency fund isn't now for the purpose of the building, it's for the purpose of fixing the mistake that was made. I mean, it is,
But can we make an annual resolution 7 years in a row?
No,
For the same
well,
problem?
could you? No, but we'll have, but could you in order to finance a building? No. Can you in order to fix an ongoing problem? I don't know.
I don't, it doesn't seem like you could fix an ongoing problem.
That seems like a state's attorney question to begin with.
Yep. And it was before.
The loan is due on the 15th, or the payment.
Okay. I mean, it's obvious that it has to be paid. It's just how do you go about paying it, and how do you square the fact that it was paid? Where's the money going to come from to pay that? And ultimately, if it was done with knowledge that they should have had, that it couldn't be done, then it falls. They become responsible for it. The people that did it.
If you can do that, why not do that with the same way?
And they didn't.
Well,
That's the situation we have right now.
they made it a lot more convoluted, but it's basically the same thing. Except for this is not a general obligation lease.
So
And in fact, you can't even levy for this.
no, you
I
can't.
mean, it has a different set of problems, but it's,
Ron got one yesterday, so Dave's the only one that needs one.
I didn't take one you gave me yesterday with me today.
That's,
So I think we need to talk to the state's attorney, and then we need to talk
do you
to
want me to go
the
make you one?
we need to talk to the bank and tell them we're working towards a solution to this thing, and that the payment might be a little bit late. And we cleared up. I think this is the only one left, isn't it?
that car loan that got paid off.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I thought there was 2 or 3 of them on there, but I can't remember.
On this expense report, I talked to Sam about it. She's in the process of cleaning up there's been bills that have been paid out of accounts that were never funded. And we're straightening that up.
Correct.
Yeah. And then if you look at the negative balances on some of these, they're in and out accounts because there was never any funding for the account. So that in this report, it doesn't show up as the money coming in. The only time it shows up, the only time you end up with the difference here at the end is if you put in an actual amount that was budgeted to start with. So in an in and out account, like the EOC account, it's going to be the negative number, and the negative number is just, it expresses the amount of money spent out of that fund.
Because it wasn't budgeted.
Because it wasn't budgeted. Not to say that the money didn't come in to replace the money that was spent, but because of the way this report's set up, it shows up negative.
And then there's one on the auditors. If you go to the auditors line, it's like miscellaneous help, and that was an accident that Lori made on payroll, and it got Debbie Pfeiffer's payroll got taken out of the wrong line item, and so it's going to be fixed at the next payroll.
Almost pass. $814, was
Yep,
that the right
yep.
one?
Yeah, that one.
On that EOC portion, we've got a balance in that fund of 24,821.22. Shouldn't that show up on the report? Because we had revenue came into it of 846,000, and we paid out 821,000. So there's 24,000 left. And why doesn't that show up in that fund?
Just because that's the expense report. That's
This report does not reflect any monies coming into the fund. It just reflects the initial balance that was funded out of the budget, but it doesn't reflect any in and out.
No revenue going in.
But it
correct?
should reflect our payments of $821,350, shouldn't it?
It's an expense, it should.
Yeah, that's the expense. We paid $821,000 to construction engineers and to the building authority. And I just didn't see that number on the expense report.
okay.
I think that's probably one of them she's straightening up. He's talking about where's the money that we've paid to construction engineers and all the payments we've made out of the county towards this project. In the EOC grant fund here, where it should be, it only shows $142,000 paid out. It should reflect the total cost paid out, and the total cost paid out should equal what has come in, and now it's actually around near $71,000 in that account, not $24,000.
There's what?
71,000.
In that fund?
Well, we drained it when we settled the mediation, and so if you look in the report, there's $71,000 that came back in. Of that, $46,000 needs to go back to the county because we use county funds. $24,000 will be the remaining balance when it's all said and done.
24,000.
Correct.
Will be the, okay, yeah, because that's what I have, the 821, the 846 we got in includes that last check.
That's correct.
Yeah, and the 821 we paid out should be that last $102,000 check. So with that, there should be 24,000 left.
Well, yes, but see, 46,000 of that we paid, are you counting money we paid out? $102,000.
I counted that,
Okay, 46,000 of it was out of the general fund.
but we paid that back though, right?
We haven't yet, no.
Oh, okay. Okay, if we haven't paid that back, then you're
No,
right.
we
We're gonna
haven't.
be the next year. Is this mine? Thank
Yep.
you. Okay.
So you're in the account number 4613? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know where it is in here. I'm just.
Okay, yeah, there's one on page
Got a
5.
page, what's the page number?
On page 5, there's the one where we have an expense of $175,000 and it shows a budget of $60,000.
Right.
And-
That's that one that Troy and Sean, I talked to you guys about that one. That was that construction engineers bill. Am I correct on that?
Where are you at here?
172,000.
Yeah.
Well,
That was construction engineers. That one came out of that line item.
yeah, I guess there's two I have questions on. There's that one in the middle of page 5 that we had an expense of $175,000. Then at the top of page 7, that's where the $102,000 is. So the $102,000 isn't in here. The $102,000 is in account number 1000-4613.
Right.
Okay.
Did you guys want those switched different
Okay.
accounts?
Everything that's come out of, everything that has been reimbursed by the grant
Right.
needs to come out of the EOC grant account. So,
This one here.
So that was done backwards.
well, it's been coming out of numerous accounts, but in order to square this with the audit, we're going to need to show money out and money in, and it all has to come into one account. So it doesn't matter where you put it. Where do you?
Do you want it under the EOC probably?
Well, it kind of seems like it should be under the EOC on page 7, that 1000-4612. It shouldn't be just that or 4613. It shouldn't be just that last 102,000.
No, that's correct. Right, it should be in that account right there. But now remember, so everything, every grant dollar that you have to start from the back side of this. Every grant dollar that we've gotten from that grant should total $46,000 less than what we've actually paid out, because it's 102 is accumulation of the 46 and the 56.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But by the time we put it back in the general fund, it's going to have that balance of 24,000, right?
It will have a balance of 24,000 as it stands right now. That's correct. That's correct.
So all the grant dollars should go into the EOC, and all of the bills should come out of the EOC. Is that
That's correct. That's correct. So the grant dollar, every dollar that came from the grant should go into the EOC grant fund, and then every dollar that went out came out of the EOC grant fund.
Okay.
Except the 102,000.
No, including the 102. And then in order to square that transaction, we need to show $46,000 coming into the EOC grant fund from the general. And then we need to show the reverse transaction coming back out of the EOC grant fund to the general, because
To repay the.
that's right. Yeah.
Sounds like it makes sense.
Yeah.
And then,
And we actually need to make that transaction. Right now, there's $71,000 in that we got a payment on. It's in this, somewhere in this packet. The EOC payment, or the payment.
The last payment.
I know I saw it in here.
Is this run to date or is this
No, it's,
That was as of May 1st.
May 1st?
I
Yep,
saw it in here.
that date on the top was not right. So
Didn't it show the payment into the?
yeah, I have that in here.
What? Yeah, it's in the packet.
Yeah.
I saw it in the packet. You're right here, page 63. $46,000 of that 71,174 needs to come out of the EOC account and go into the general fund. But first, we need to take it from the general fund and put it into the EOC account so we show where it came from. Otherwise, it looks like we're robbing the EOC account. Get that?
Recording.
Kind of off track here, fellers.
Yep.
well, okay. Should we not talk about this until we pay the bills?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of, well,
Yep.
Any other questions on the bills?
Did we decide what we're going to do about, we're going to talk to Jamie?
Yeah, I think we should hold it out.
yeah, I agree.
What's a big one the TJ's for social services? 7143.
That's not just social services.
No, 7,100.
Oh, that might have been the wrong.
For-
I'm sorry. I think that's the wrong amount. I think I questioned that, and I talked to him, and here I had added the statement with the invoices.
So we should pull that one too.
Yes.
I move that we,
Or we can we amend it with the right?
well, if you've got-
Well, what's wrong with it?
It's for
It's
a
too
less
big.
amount.
Okay, 'cause
He sent out a statement and she added the invoices that were on the statement to the state. It's probably twice as big as it should be.
Yeah.
Because on here, it's 75,3820, and then if you go to the itemized over on the right-hand side, 71,4320 and 150 isn't
They don't need
75.
those.
They don't need.
No.
72,9320 is what the total of the itemized ones are.
I think it's like 3,000 or something. It's not the 7, because I questioned it because I was like, wow, that's a lot. it's right before that one, I think.
Okay.
Yep, that one. Oh, it is that.
The statements for 361060. Invoice 2863. I don't know, 2863 isn't even on this statement. That must have been paid a long time ago.
Is that for the state's attorney?
TJ's.
Yes, but it was dated in February.
Because Travis talked to me about that he was trying to get a hold of Christine to get that one paid, and it was 3 months he tried to get a hold of her and never got a response. So that's why it's coming now.
So that needs to be added to the statement.
Christine did not return a phone call for 3 months.
Or,
So what is it, 361060 plus what?
$172.
Why don't we set that one aside?
yeah, can we set that one aside?
He's
till-
gonna be here, TJ is gonna be here, we asked him about it.
Well, here, we can figure this out. 2891. 2898. 2899. 2900. 2893. So,
And then this one.
hmm?
And then this one. This one's for TJ's too.
So it should be 361060. You got your
Yeah, hang on.
calculator going? What's this one? What's this? 150. What's this?
That's for the social services. Theirs is different. And so they had in the statement, it should have been 150 was for the social services.
Where?
On one of these, it should say,
There's no invoice?
it should have been the invoice that said,
Hey, we just set it aside so it can
yeah.
be presented properly.
Seems like the best thing.
Well, there's no invoice in there.
Because it's one of these, this one, for social services for 150, and so that's on one of these other ones, so that the 150 comes out of social services. So it would have been the statement minus the 150 would be what comes out of the tech budget.
Okay, so it's 361060 plus 145. Or what? Is that, this is part of this?
No, this one's a different one, I think. Because the sheriff did this one.
Okay.
I think that needs a little more clarification.
I can just bring it back next meeting.
This should be 30, it should be 361060 plus $172. I think.
I'd move to approve the April bills and the May vouchers, with the exclusion of $12,097.39 to Citizen State Bank Holding Company, and the TJ's bill for $75.38.20.
Been moved by Sean to approve the bills minus the voucher to TJ's Electronics and the payment to Citizen State Bank Holding Company. Is there a second to the motion?
I'd second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, no, there is. Jamie, we have a bill here for $12,097.39, and it was a loan taken out previously, a 7-year loan for the social services building. Well, and it was, the first payment was taken out of the emergency fund, but they signed a 7-year note, which of course you can't
That
go
can't be done.
in, but it has been done. and we can't renege on the payment. Right? So it has been done. How do we approach this? Do we take it out of the emergency fund, stating that the emergency is the fact that this was done illegally or incorrectly prior, and take it out of the emergency fund? Because we can't take it out of the emergency fund saying we're taking it out of the emergency fund for the purpose of purchasing the building, because that has to go before a vote of the people if you go past 1 year. So what's the recourse here?
Let me do some quick research.
Yeah, well, I mean, we put it off for a little bit here, but
I'll do some research for you guys. I don't know what, off the top of my head, I don't know what we can do, but I'll do some research.
the research I did, Troy brought it up already, but we can't authorize it in the next year's budget to fix it, because if you could do that, why wouldn't you just fund everything that way? Make a mistake and then fix the mistake by borrowing the money, right? Evidently somebody thought of that before we did. So I don't know what the cure for it is, but the cure can't be not to pay it. So
Right.
can we take it to the insurance reserve? Can we try to get restitution? Certainly someone that authorized this should have known better. I mean, was it knowingly done, or was it a mistake? If it's a mistake, how could it be a mistake when that's...
You'd have to go back in the minutes.
Yeah.
I'll do some checking and see what we need to do.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carried. Monthly office reports. Wayne, I had you guys do the spring tune-up on my driveway, and I don't see it in here, and I haven't gotten a bill for it.
Okay. Want one?
Yep.
Or maybe the township did,
I don't think so.
under policy.
Unless we have to launch an inquiry.
You shouldn't have to now.
Just
Why did he send you a bill?
Just because you admit it doesn't make it right.
It's a billing error. I don't need that trouble. I got enough already.
I get that. You probably turned yourself in before you had to.
I just did.
$40.
Whatever it is, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'd move to accept the monthly office reports as presented.
Moved by Sean to accept the monthly office reports. Is there a second to the motion?
I'd second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Sidwell, Mel,
Yes, sir. I'm Mal Olney with the Sidwell Family, and I just wanted to visit with you a little bit to discuss some possibilities of some services that we might be able to provide to you. We are a GIS company that we work in 20 different counties in North Dakota providing GIS services. And it has come to our information that you have an investment so far in GIS. At the same time, I understand that it is out of date, that the parcels have not been kept up to what is there today. And what I'm talking about there is parcels that have split or been combined, that there's a quarter section that's now 280s or whatever the situation might be where it's changed in ownership. And we've been told that you're somewhere between 2.5 to 3 years behind in balancing the mapping system to your tax roll. And don't think that that's uncommon, because we've found that in a number of other counties. And what we do is we would bring that up to date so that those two match each other, number one. At the same time, you're in a little bit of limbo in the deciding of a new tax director. And the charge to the tax director is valuing agricultural land, which has been kind of controversial for the last 6, 7, 8 years. And we've been greatly involved in that across the state. The state, again, is having some more discussions about doing certain things with ag land. And we have a specialized program that we either run for a jurisdiction or they have it in-house and they run it to value the land based on it's this size, it's got this kind of soils, it's got this kind of modifiers, this kind of land use. And so what I wanted to just discuss with you, if there's any interest on your part to say bring this up to date, before I would go any deeper into it to say, okay, this is what it's going to cost to say bring it up to date, and then going on from that point, I really wanted to put it out on the table for you. If you don't have any interest, you don't have any interest, but I understand that.
What brought about this solicitation? What brings you here?
What brings me here is we're doing work in various counties right around you. We have done Eddy and Foster.
No, I understand that. But at whose request are you here?
At my request.
Oh.
And basically, I had a presentation this week and a discussion with the commissioners in Steele County, because they're a little bit in that same situation. And we do work also in Trail County, so they're looking at Trail County and where are they at and where are we at. And I just wanted to put it on the table for you to think about, to discuss it. If there's no interest in bringing it up to date, that's where it is.
I don't quite follow what we're gonna bring up to date, because I don't think we're sending the tax bills to the wrong owners.
No, I don't think that either.
Soil types don't change from year to year. So the only thing you're gonna find is if somebody buried a rock pile and they need to be taxed for another 100th of an acre or a tree roll. Is that right?
It could be. I mean, you could see somewhere if a building site was removed that it's now cropland, and that may change it that way.
Sure.
And we get a lot of information in the 20 counties that we're working in. We have marketing agreements, say, with those respective counties, where other private entities, engineering firms or surveying companies or oil companies or whatever the situation might be that they want a copy of your data. And we provide that only with a marketing agreement from you. And last year we returned close to $30,000 back to the counties in North Dakota. Basically providing public information to another public entity, a private entity. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, and if there's some interest, we can discuss it further. And if you look at the numbers, when we get the numbers together and you like it, fine. If you don't like it, you don't like it. And I mean, it's
Right. I just wanted to know what, if we're gonna spend the taxpayers' resources doing something of this nature, what the return on that investment would be.
okay in that respect. Okay.
And not accounting for increasing taxes on individuals within the county. I
Well,
don't
that
think
that can only be, that
That's
can
not
be
a
the only
return.
return on
That's not a
investment.
return on investment.
Because the money has to come from the taxpayers. What bothers me about this is, when did we start receiving unsolicited requests like this? I mean, the correct way to do this would be to send a letter to the county commission asking us whether or not we wanted you to make a presentation, not to somehow just put yourself on the agenda.
Well, I put him on the agenda. He just stopped into the office.
Yeah, I know, but it still would have to, it still should come before the county commission to see if we want to even waste our time with this. It's not a required service.
Right.
And all it does is, all it can possibly do is take a pool of taxpayer money and dilute it, because he has got to be paid somehow. So it either takes services away from Griggs County because we have less money, or it adds to the tax base of Griggs County, and that's the only thing it can do. And I'm against either one of them.
Okay. Nevertheless, if in fact we do need the services at some point in time, they are available.
Mm-hmm.
So. Okay,
Okay, that's fine.
alrighty,
No problem whatsoever. Appreciate your time.
thank you.
You betcha. Just give me a call anytime. Any analysis or anything like that, there's no charge to analyze it, to see if you wanted to go, what's it going to cost. In that respect.
Okay,
You basically have the parcels already compliant.
okay,
All right.
Thank you.
gentlemen.
What's next?
the Wayne and Jenny Show.
Yep. All this is available online. National Geological Survey has all these layers. You can download whatever you want for free.
If you're not selling anything today, John's not in the mood.
I'm not.
Maybe we could sleep.
Mary Ground said enough after you. Just as worthless as the guy just trying to sell us something.
You can just turn it over to her, or in the folder, in your folder on page 20, there's I received the county structures and profile inspection report. We have to do the bridge inventory, scour and channel profile every 2 years, I think it is. We have to do that. Brian and Craig Brisk did it before, and Brian and someone else have to go and measure the certain points on each bridge, what the depth is, if the earth is washed away or if it's the same or whatever, and we gotta send that in by July 17th. And then we also received analysis of all the bridges. Surprisingly, those railroad bridges weren't that bad. Especially the one that we thought was, that they wanted to get rid of for Dennis Hoggins. They said that wasn't, for what it was rated, it wasn't that bad. It doesn't, you don't have that
That's not in here, is it?
booklet in here. No, it's a book with all our bridges on. And of course, two bridges that were dysfunctional was the one that's way north of Cooperstown by Deckers.
Oh, no.
That old 1927 bridge, I think it is, or 1912. And then the one by Greg Dawes, that was, I can't remember what the tonnage is on that, I don't have that with me. Oh yeah, I do too, but we don't have to go through that. But in the future, that might be a bridge where we would want to take that one that's there, out of there, and then put in a box culvert that could handle more weight, because I think it's posted at like 10 tons or something like that. And we know there's semis with gravel going over them. And grain and whatever else, so.
Pretty sure I hauled 100, probably 200 loads of gravel to my house last year.
Well, this is the booklet, and the state goes out and inspects all the inventories and appraisals, and
So in a box culvert that large, would they have to pour it in place?
I think that could be hauled in and put in place just like the one that was up on.
Because that's pretty, that's a pretty good hole under there.
Yeah, it is. That could be
And there, that water comes hard,
several.
so if it wasn't big enough, it would go over the road.
That would be the thing, is to put a little bit bigger one, because it did go over the road. You know, the bales floated down the.
Well, that's
Down the
kind of an
creek and-
extenuating circumstance, but I mean, if you put in a box culvert,
Yeah, no, it'd have to be.
it'd have to be as big a hole as what's there.
As what's there. Yeah. One that's there has got wooden end walls and mains and whatever, you know.
I fenced across it many times.
And it's been eroded underneath. We finally ended up we dug out the end, we poured concrete cement down in on one end, it kept washing out on the south end, and we put riprap over it, just washed it with water. But the cement is out so far, so.
Those box culverts, they make precast ones fairly large, and even if you, depending on how tall, and then if it needs to be a double or a triple cell, they can make those, precast, and they'll just tie the cells together. So
Can do
they do
that.
have some good options. If there's any sort of skew to it that would have to meet the channel, then you're generally stuck with precast or cast in place, just because it's hard for them to shape those ends and everything.
I think that one's pretty straight.
So there might be some options for
I have
precast.
a question for Jenny, do you think that would be eligible like Ford Bridge lot?
We can look at that. We can talk about where that location's at and the size of the bridge now. So if it's over 20 feet and it's on the system,
Yeah, it's on the system, so.
just, it depends on where it's at. The other bridge you guys have looked at, they keep saying, well, that's not really that far off a main road. The detour would be very
Right.
long.
Well, this is a county road. It is the main road
Yeah, so, I don't see,
for a lot of people.
right, yeah. Yeah,
Something to
definitely
think about.
something to look at.
I guess a request or a wish or whatever would be that sometime that I could talk to like Dale and John, and we could kind of go over some of these projects at a time. And, we've got another 1.5 million funds coming. So we're gonna have to do some more figuring out of 1.537 in House Bill 1176. And then the 1.817 and 2103. So we've got to decide on some projects that we're going to put forward. We kind of have on the first one. we can talk it over amongst just us, and then you guys can bring a recommendation or whatever to the rest of the commissioners, and kind of keep it flowing. So I know the one we don't have to have done exactly this year, but at least have some ideas of what would be some good worthwhile projects for Griggs County to do.
Well, I'd feel more comfortable if you just brought it before the full commission. I mean, on something this size, I think everybody should have input on it rather than just.
Well, they could, but it still would be, to me, one-on-one with one person or two is a lot easier than if I bring something forward and it isn't quite what it should be, then it's just thrown out. So we're wasting some time, I think, where
Well,
we could get some agreement of somebody, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, ALI might agree that something should be thrown out, and yet, and as it turns out, the other three, if it was feasible, I don't think it needs to be narrowed down any farther than 5 people. I mean, it's easier than putting it towards 2,000 people. That's the purpose of the board here. If it takes some extra time, it takes some time, and if there's some that just don't make it, then that's fine
But
too.
there is, people, commissioners are elected to have portfolios for different offices, right?
No. There's no,
Or not elected, but they're chosen amongst,
yeah, and
somebody has social service, somebody has.
everything's supposed to be debated in front of the commission, and if we exclude a project, if 2 of us exclude a project that was, then we've really cut down the purpose of the commission for that. I mean, in something of this scale, it isn't a big deal to bring it before us, is it?
Whatever you say.
Well, I'm not willing to make a decision for Troy or
Well,
the rest of them. I mean, it's that simple.
no, you wouldn't be making a decision, but full board would have to make a decision, but.
If we exclude something, I made the decision for them. If Dale and
wouldn't be
Dale and I
excluded,
decide not to
right?
bring something, if we say, no, that's not gonna work, and you don't bring it before the full commission, then we made a decision for them.
I don't know that you wouldn't bring it before the full commission.
Well, that's what I said. So then why not bring everything before the full commission and let them decide?
Right.
So I should make out 10 different roads and then say choose?
If there's-
Well, you give us,
10 different projects, I mean, we did give 4, we went
Yep.
to Cass County, they were approved, and then we come back here, and then one was kind of thrown out, so. I think the other 3 are going forward, I think. We haven't sent anything to the state because we don't know for sure, I mean, in order to get a project number and stuff like that, so. But we could put those other 3 projects forward if that would be your wish, like the grabbing of County Road 15 going north from 65. Grabbing of County Road 10. And what was the other one?
One was the pavement over on the
Langer Corner.
Langer Corner, and then raising the road on Foster Corner.
Well, I was gonna, I thought, I changed that, maybe you would rather just gravel, because we talked about that.
We'd have to reshape the curves and everything. It would be a huge project.
Possible.
So I think we decided that was probably not feasible. Because even if you re-gravel, you have to uprate them to 105.5, right?
Yeah. There are some exemptions now, I'm sure you guys saw
The
that.
50-mile-an-hour exemption, I saw that email.
Yeah. I have seen some projects, that were done years ago that had a design speed of 50. And I don't know if any of these are yet, but there was back a few years ago, the commissioners said from this point forward, anything that was designed would be designed at 55 miles per hour. I think that might have been the 99.
Commissions can't bind future commissions. It's not the way it works.
No, it's not the way it works.
Well, then you guys will have to come up with your own standards, and we'll have to make a new. We'll bring up
Well, I
a
mean,
new
North
form.
Dakota DOT has standards. If we deviate from them on a particular project, it should be on that particular project. It doesn't have anything to do with future commissioners or future projects.
Unless there was a resolution passed or something, you know, then that would, I would assume, carry through that you have to act on, right? I don't know what they're.
Possibly, I don't think the century code allows. We can't make a resolution that from now on,
Into the future.
all road projects will be pavement. And then the next county commissioners that gets elected has to stick to that. You can't do that.
The resolution has to be backed with the funding to do it. So if you made the resolution, then you would have to back the funding that went with that resolution.
Well, that's on individual projects.
Yeah.
But I think on designing certain things. At that same time, they wanted us to come up with some specifications that when FEMA comes and a road is washed out or whatever, that in order to put like pavement back to its original condition, we never had anything written up that said it had to have 10 inches of gravel or it had to be dug out so deep, put in 10 inches of gravel, 4 inches of pavement over the top to put it back to a good previous condition. Or if there was a soft spot that we had to dig out. And so we put they're guidelines.
Right.
Basically.
Minimum design standards.
Yeah.
Counties can adopt and then it's in place so they have something.
But I mean, you can't change them. You know, there was, I had many different years of that. Some of them, I mean, they carried on they weren't from year to year. They didn't change every 4 years or whatever,
But this money comes with provisions, so it comes with the guidelines that have to be
Oh,
followed.
this does.
Right, yeah. And they're typically more stringent than anything the county would have in place anyway. The 105,000, the minimum speed on the corners, and that, yeah, the design specs.
that we don't agree with, but we have to do it in order to
Right.
get the money.
Or we'd have to get an exemption.
Yeah, they won't give an exemption for 105, but
Not for that, but I mean for the curves.
yeah.
With a good reason.
So they did lighten up a little bit. They had talked to legislatures evidently, and they changed some of those. It is possible if there was a resolution somewhere in our history that said Hannaford Road is only allowed to have 55 miles an hour, then that would stand up as a exemption. Instead of having to send in for an exemption, we could show them this resolution was made, and then we wouldn't have to go to 55. I don't know if that's spot there or not. I know it's been there for many years. It's signed at 50 miles an hour. Maybe here too. I don't remember if this is
Airport roads.
trucks. Maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Well, I'll just come forward with some more ideas. And one of the things we were talking about, Jenny and I thought, well, we have a Sutton project. We have the first 3 miles are 105.5. The next miles we did last year was 80,000. Now we're going to gravel from that point south, so it's going to be 105.5. What would it take to increase the weight on that other section that we just did? I know that to 105.5. So she did some research to see if it had been tested at the same time as more 3 miles were there done, and it wasn't tested.
We were able to look though based on some of the information from past projects on there and just some knowledge of the area, the subgrades and all that. So we were able to do a preliminary pavement design, and it looks like you need an extra inch to 1.5 inches. And you don't usually just pave an inch because your aggregates are more, so you'd be looking at 1.5 inches overlay on that road. Jake and I went through there again today just to double check, and there might be a few spots where it's going to be tight to fit that on there and still have your nice sloughs on the no shouldered or road. But I think for the most part, it looked like it would fit on there, so you don't have to do any widening or do anything outside of the road top. So, but that's preliminary. If if that becomes a project at some point, you would want to get it tested to make sure that that's the correct thickness. But at least it gives you an idea, and as Wayne's looking at projects and trying to plan and come up with ideas, we can at least get some costs for him on that and throw that in the mix. But
What, 200 is 105.5 then?
Yeah.
Class 1.
I think that's 105.5 all year round. Ours, we could still put a low limit on it in the spring hour. If anyone wants to go through their,
What was that gonna cost, another 30,000 or something at the time?
I don't remember. Evidently, this 105.5 came about because of all the traffic out west, and they just adopted it for the whole state then after.
there's been a lot of elevators and stuff around the country that have been complaining about it. Because they all grain from a long ways and, you know, well, you get up to the southern corner and they can't come in with 105.5. But it was our rules and our state says 80,000, did say, you know.
Couple things we've got on, since we're talking about the Sutton project, we've got the final, we've got a big package of stuff for Wayne, all the final construction records, the plans, specs, everything that you need as far as saying that certifying the project was completed, you know, with the environmental, preliminary engineering, construction. There's a whole final certification that you have to be sent in as with this original House bill money. So that's the first thing that we've got for you guys. It's a final certification letter that needs to get sent in to Brian Fuchs at the DOT. And it's basically saying preliminary engineering was followed, construction engineering was followed, environmental process, the project was bid, it was constructed. I think that's in the packet, Sam.
Yep, should be.
23. Or 6.
Plus just the last final certification for the project. If you guys are good with that, you sign it, that gets sent in to the DOT. We'll keep a copy of the letter, and then we have a copy of the records, and then Wayne will have a copy of the records, because you could get audited or something at some point, so you'd have everything in one place. Any questions on that letter? The other thing that goes with that then is the final reimbursement request for the Sutton Road. So again, that's just another letter that goes into Brian requesting reimbursement, and that will be the last reimbursement on this project as well. So this project with these two letters is done, final.
Okay. Guess we'll need a motion for requesting final reimbursement and project certification.
I'll move we sign and forward to Brian Fuchs the funding reimbursement request letter and the final project certification letter.
Been moved by Sean to send in the final reimbursement letter, request letter, and the final project certification letter to North Dakota DOT. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Did you tell Alan what time to be here?
We're way ahead of schedule though.
What's that?
We're way ahead of schedule though. So I told Lori to let Travis know.
Okay. Okay, what else do you have?
So that takes care of those two letters, which before I go, Sam will grab those signed and I'll get copies for them and stuff. And then this morning, the bid opening was held on your federal aid seal coat project. That's seal coating Highway 2 up north, and then Airport Road, and then the Hannaford Road, east of Hannaford. That came in. There were 2 bidders on the project, which looking at one of the other seal coat projects, I think that one had 3. So Seems like that's pretty typical on a county seal coat project. There's generally 2 or 3 contractors that get those. So 2 bidders, Aztec was one, and Morris Seal Coat. Morris was the one you guys had last time. Seems like those are pretty commonly the 2 when they go back and forth. The difference between their bid, Aztec was the apparent low bidder, and they were only the low bidder by about $3,500. So it was very, very close. They did come in slightly higher than our estimate. We'd estimated $680,054.70. Low bid at Aztec was $729,065.81. So about 7% higher, which was a little bit surprising to me, just based on, it seems like some of the oil prices have been coming down as far as oil use on projects. And looking at this from last year and that, so I was a little surprised that it was higher, but 7%, I guess. So that's just for your information right now. The DOT has those bids because it was bid through there. They'll go through, they'll check all the bids, make sure there were no errors, and then they'll be sending you something. I'm guessing it would probably be at the next meeting. They'll send you something then with the actual, who the low bidder was, and then you'd be able to act on that then, and then decide if you want to award or
Okay.
what you're doing there. So that's an FYI for now. And then with that, I guess this is assuming that you guys award, so maybe I should make that assumption, but we have a contract today for construction engineering for that seal coat project. I sent this to Wayne and Samantha ahead of time, and I believe it was forwarded on to Jamie, so he reviewed. I'll give you guys copies. It's the same. These are just 2 copies of the same thing. Same contract as we discussed the last time. Our construction engineering is set up as an hourly up to a hard limit maximum dollar amount that we set. So it's all the same thing. So it's essentially for us to be out there doing the daily inspection for the construction of the seal coat. We keep track of all the records, we do all the final documentations, do all the pay estimates.
We've seen this before, right?
This, it looks almost identical to the same contract you guys looked at for the graveling project at the last meeting, but it is for a different project. So
Okay.
same language, same terms. So
You looked at it?
Yeah, I did. It's fine. It's virtually the same contract as before. One thing I asked is, I know you guys asked before to get the prices of each individual service, and Wayne said he was going to get that.
yeah, the discussion about, standard rates, we had that discussion at the last meeting, when we presented the last construction engineering contract, so we can go through that again if you guys would like. It's the same information.
It's about $61,200. Or do we have copies of this in the packet?
I thought you did, but I'm not seeing.
I didn't think so.
What you're probably looking for is in section 701.
was the factor, 3.2 last time? Or was it 3.4?
3-4 is the same as last time.
You guys probably won't care, but I just became grandfather yet.
Congratulations, Glenn.
You don't sound as excited as the first time, though.
You're getting kind of old. You could be a great grandma before too
Well, I
long.
wasn't around until I was 50. 60.
I was just kidding. I think my mom was a great grandma by the time she was 70, though. You missed lunch?
I swear I did. Apparently I didn't either.
Okay. Assuming that we're going to move forward on these seal coat projects, I suppose we'll need a motion to approve unless somebody sees something that they don't like in there.
I'll move we sign the agreement for the seal coat.
Been moved by Sean to sign the agreement with KLJ for the seal coat project for engineering services. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by John. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Anything else for us today, Jenny?
I guess just a quick recap as far as your House Bill 1358, so that's the first House Bill. I'm trying to get this one out of the picture so you don't confuse it with the most recent House Bill money, but with this reimbursement that was getting sent in, you've got about $28,000 remaining in funding. So with this graveling project on Hannaford Road, you've already been fronted for the majority of that construction. So I think that we will be pretty close to using that up, but just so you know, so that'll essentially be done, and then we can move forward with the surge and then this other House Bill money. As far as the House Bill money, you know, Wayne had already alluded to that House Bill 1176 was passed, so that gives you guys just over another 1.5 million. So a little more leeway on there, but there's still 1055, there's still the speed limits, so a lot of those are still in play, but it just, there was some things with connectivity and some of those things that are a little bit looser, so it maybe allows more, maybe some more routes that would be considered spurs to be improved, so there's some different things there. And I guess, you know, if Wayne's looking at projects, you know, we'll help him with figuring out some costs and that, and even help him with figuring out, you know, maybe if one funding would be better suited to different projects, and then try and come up with a schedule. You know, for most of those, you could look at doing a project or so maybe next summer, and then maybe space them out and do a few the next year. So you can look at some things that way. Just keeping in mind that, you know, when we talked last time, you guys don't have to make a decision on what projects to do today or anything, but if some of those roads do include some grading or widening, where you're gonna be outside the road, you're gonna need some survey work and some environmental, and environmental you can't do in the winter, and survey you can, but it's more costly depending on how much snow there is. So I think as Wayne starts looking at some projects, we can help him get the information he needs, and we can keep, you know, reviewing it and talking about it and come up with a plan. So.
But if you're gonna do something with the road, if it's a gravel road, you're gonna narrow it most likely, aren't you?
Those gravel roads probably, because I'm sure the gravel's pushed out and they usually end up a lot wider.
I mean, some of those things are
so those you're probably
40
fine.
feet wide.
Yeah, you're just gonna be on the road top, even if you're pulling shoulders, you're not gonna have anything outside, so that's fine. If you're doing just an overlay project, again, you're on the road top, so you have a lot more leeway. So when you start looking at, you know, anything with widening or a grade raise or anything of that nature, that you wanna try and schedule that field work when it can be done.
Okay. When are those funds available? The surge and the house bill money?
Surge is available now, and that's retroactive as far as any work that's been done as of January 1st of this year. So that you can start, if your project's approved, you start working, you can start getting reimbursement today. With the House bill money, that's set up so you can start incurring costs after July 1st of this year, but funds are not available for reimbursement until February of next year, February 1st. So there'd be a little bit delay on getting funding. Essentially, both of them, you're looking at funding available for around the next roughly 2 years, probably not counting this summer. You could probably squeeze it out into 2 more construction seasons. Kind of like we did with the graveling this year, where you did it in the fall, so you could show, oh, we used a lot of money, but you're doing it the following. So assuming that there won't be much that you'd be doing this summer, you could probably stretch it out into 2 more yet. So it gives you some ability to schedule some things.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody is planning on going to that railroad crossing field review.
We haven't
Thursday.
talked about that yet.
You and I did, I think.
I mean, the commissioner hasn't talked about it yet.
Okay.
I have an opinion on what I think should be done. Do you want to jump down to that one since Wayne is here? I assume you're gonna be on that little
Well, I was
junket?
invited there, I guess I had something else planned, but I changed my plans to.
Okay,
Invited and ordered is kind of a fine line sometimes.
It is. Well, I thought we needed some representation from the county.
Yeah, we do.
I didn't know if you guys were available.
well, I really don't. I'd just as soon not have all the commissioners there, so that Samantha has to come and take minutes. I would like to see a couple of us go and come back to the commission with what was talked about and what, if anything, we should do.
It isn't a long ordeal, but it's going to take longer than what I think they scheduled time for. But
Do you?
what, they got 2 hours or something like that?
Yeah.
If they move along. I mean, it would be good. It'd be great if we could have some crossings and stuff, but I don't remember what the cost share was.
90-10.
90/10.
Or if there's some other entity they said might share with some of that. The railroad had talked about, when we were talking about those overhead bridges, that they might be willing to pay the other share if we'd have to relinquish, a bridge or something.
Right, but if that bridge is, if your guys think that bridge is in okay shape, why would we do
The
it?
state guys from Grand Forks will check it out. For what it's
Designed for?
10 tons, 5 tons, whatever it is, 7 tons, But
I don't know why we would change it if it's okay.
now we have this bridge where they went out and checked them, so the next time Burlington Northern calls me and says it's completely shot, falling apart, well, I've got this appraisal sheet from the state bridge inspectors, and yes, it's okay.
Right. So that's another subject for another day, but, so there's 5 crossings I wanna look at?
There's 5 crossings.
Do you know which ones?
There's one by Lynn Hoggins, just west of Lynn Hoggins, I think. One by Eldo Hoggins, I believe. And then there's one between Eldo's and Dennis Hoggins, I think, that Gotham might have been killed there a few years ago. And then it's out by Campbell's out there, there's 2 crossings on the township road goes this way and then goes east and west, and the track crosses both those crossings there.
And the school bus goes there?
I don't know, well, I suppose maybe they used to go up to Campbell's, I don't know if there's still any kids up to
Bob
Campbell's, or if
Campbell's?
they went that way, or,
But that, right north of Bob Campbell's is a bridge.
no, this is street east.
Straight east.
It goes all the way, if you go east, you go all the way to Hannaford, or by Grumman's out there and come, just north of Hannaford.
Oh, okay.
What, when we're talking about putting a crossing or arms in, moving it, what's the cost of one of those, just approximately?
Say like 300,000,
That's what I thought, yeah.
250 to 300,000.
Plus, if the power's 2 miles away, it's gonna be more. I mean, I don't know how far it is, but.
So on all 5 of them, if we're talking $1.5 million, that's $150,000. Wouldn't it be easier just to make dedicated bus routes and put one crossing and make them go across that crossing? And
There's a lot of distance in that area,
but I mean, the funding's going to have to.
The county's only 24 miles wide, Wayne.
Well, I mean, the funding's going to have to come out of, in my estimation, the funding's going to have to come out of existing funding. I don't think we're going to raise taxes with those crossings in. So, is it better to impose some rules on so that we only have to do 1 crossing or 2, Or is it better to take money away from roads that need to be gravelled and things like that in order to do the crossings? I mean, there has to be some,
That would be something you would have to discuss with the school. I would agree to. I don't know what their bus routes. We used to get copies of the bus routes every year, you know, show where the buses go. We haven't had these, so. But yeah, it's gets to be a lot of money. I said if I wanted one any place, but Elbow always, but if now they're gonna put a double track in there, I think. And quite a few accidents there.
They're gonna put a siding in there,
yes, so.
so they probably will put cross arms in there.
I don't know, but I mean, just going to this meeting deal won't be siding, and just kind of be an information for us, and know kind of what we're thinking too, and then bring it back to the whole commission.
I mean, it's gonna be it's gonna be touted as a safety issue, which it rightly
Yeah.
should be, but does that mean that you have to make every crossing? Or do you designate here, when you wanna go across here, here's where you go across? And I think that would be a more viable
Well,
stance to take, because otherwise we're letting a public entity, the school district, spend Griggs County taxpayers' money that the school district doesn't have authority over spending. If they force us into that, they're basically dictating our budget. And
They did talk about changing that for that crosses two corners, taking one out, making a road parallel to the tracks, and having only one crossing. But it happens to be right on the slope. Wetland.
Well, ultimately, doesn't the responsibility for the safety of the people in the bus rest on the shoulders of the bus driver?
I don't think so.
And I don't know that signal arms are that more safe, because it just makes you complacent if they're not down. I've crossed the tracks more than any of you combined.
Yeah, you do.
Survival of the fittest, we're still here.
You know that you still stop and look whether the arms are down or not, or you're just running the risk that they're not working, and that's a bad day.
Well, that's no law. School bus has to stop and open the door.
Yeah. And you don't get a redo if you cross with
You don't get a do-over.
No. All right.
All right, I guess that's all I have.
Yeah.
Okay. Alan?
Oh, recording.
Do you want to see if any commissioners wanted to go to that, or is it just?
Oh, shoot.
Does any other commissioner want to go to that meeting, or is it just Wayne?
Do they have 2 volunteers?
What day is it?
Thanksgiving.
The what?
14th of May.
I can't do that one.
I have a bank board meeting that morning.
I can try and go over there.
Maybe.
A couple of them are in my township. I know they're horrific because they cross the tracks going like this.
Yeah, I'm going to deal.
Anybody else want to volunteer? Well, we can have just Dale go to it, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just regular.
Hard hat vest and
You got to bring your PPE.
yeah. I don't know what's gonna get you in the head standing out by the cross.
The train. Something falling off the train.
Hard hat angle.
It's not going to be a cross arm, apparently.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. While you were talking about County Road number 26 that we call Hannaford Road.
Yep.
And there's 4 miles in Dover Township. And we would like to get the trees removed out of the ditch. And I've got some pictures here to show you. And I'll pass this around. one more. And we started at the Dover Bartley Township line. And here's the start of it here, right here at the intersection there. And these trees, you want to pass them around, or what do you want to do? That's looking from east to west. Because the sun was up in the morning and east. We did the Norwegian way right there. And here's another half mile down there where the Milford Gunberg farm used to be. And there's same, it's written on the back there too. And this is west of the farm. And a lot of the stuff that's in the ditch, the rotary mower could mow it down. A lot of it there. This is west, yep. And this is about the 3rd mile, I suppose. And we're getting closer to about the last there, before you get to County Road number 3, which we call 117 Road. There it is. They've just been getting bigger and bigger. Some of them there are onto the road even, when they leave on there.
You don't get to see those.
That's okay, I didn't have them, okay.
And this is a half mile before you get to the County Road 3. And this is part of the chain line. And this is the culvert. Oh, did you ride there that night?
I did.
Yeah. And this is a culvert, I think, that the township recommends that you replace. And that's right where I've got a deal here between section 3 and 10. And I would recommend replace it with at least a 30-inch arch, because there's a terrific amount of water that comes from the north and west through there, and then eventually crosses the road there. Wayne knows that anyway.
Yeah, there was a bunch of grading up across there.
Yeah, that culvert is pretty well rusted out.
Yeah, Jim took pictures of it yesterday. I took a picture.
He did, yeah. Yeah.
And now it's, the water's down enough now so a person can do it fairly decent.
Yeah.
We got some other culverts too to replace on that road before we gravel it. A couple of them are along that drain, proposed drain there, and the Carnet drain.
Well,
This is
they're
on the west.
further on past Hanford. Yeah.
But do you know the elevations of that, what that's supposed to be down there?
No, I don't.
Because we don't want to wait too long. They said if the drain is on the one side, then the elevation of the one culvert is supposed to be so high, and if it's on the south side, it's different. So
You mean on the culvert between
that's a different culvert. It's
3 and
down-
10 here, you mean? or?
No, this is way
Oh.
east down
I
there.
know, but you
Oh,
can't
no.
wait for that to gravel the road. It's a gravel road. If you gotta change the culvert later, scrape the gravel off and change it.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to have it done prior to.
Yeah, I know, but it's not.
So there's quite a bit of
Those
trees
are all
there, those
rusted
big
out.
willow trees there and everything. They should be taken out, you know, for snow and everything.
Yeah.
So you guys don't tell me how to farm, but can I tell you what to do with the Hanford Road west of Hanford? There's, after that fertilizer plant went in there is nothing but semis running up and down this road here that they're talking about. And that, where there's water on each side of the road there, about a mile west of Hannaford, it needs at least 3 feet or more of clay on each side of that road, and then rocks. Can you do that if possible? Because that just goes out every year. Sometimes you can't even get a car through there.
Where is this?
Well, west of the fertilizer plant, about a mile, where those big highline poles went through there. And that road just gives out every year with all the fertilizer and the semis that are going there.
We did put fabric underneath that.
Yeah.
I know that grade, we put fabric there and put about a foot of gravel on the top of that. Well, before, when they were building the elevator.
Any amount of gravel isn't gonna do any good. It's the road is soaked up. It needs to be reinforced with clay to try and block that.
I think that'll stop the mud from pumping up either.
Yeah. You can see the fabric there in places too. It's already worked up there.
Well, we're working on that, and if there is any soft spots and whatever, then before they gravel, we're supposed to try to fix it up, so take a look at it.
Or this culvert, what we think should be replaced, that's all softer again this year too. Right there. About a quarter of a mile or more.
Yeah, you said it was west of where the culvert is, or it wasn't right where the culvert is, the
No.
softest west of the.
I'd say it's a good quarter of a mile, yeah, on each side of that quarter, that culvert there.
That was one of the sites that we were looking at before we started talking about, or when we were talking about graveling that 126 was fixing up that soft spot there, checking that out.
Yeah. That's there too again, the fertilizer trucks and everything. I know they used to go by our place and then by the semi farm down there. And then the one year it got so bad I called. And they shut the trucks down and went around on the highway. So they appreciate getting a call. They didn't worry about a call. They were glad to get somebody's call. So I don't know if you got any other questions about these pictures here or the map or anything, but
Well, what's scheduled for the road then, Wayne? What do we have scheduled for 26?
That's the gravel.
Right, but I mean, as far as these concerns, is that within the project, or are we reshaping?
Well, the
ditches?
trees wouldn't be within the project, we just do that on our own,
Yeah.
I suppose. And, you know, they should have been sprayed, which we never had anybody to spray them. When we did, right away was supposed to spray the trees also, not only just the weeds. They're supposed to try to keep those trees down, you know, so that they didn't grow up and become such a problem.
well, right away when
Yeah,
they spray, when they do spray, they only go so many feet.
Yeah.
And if we would know ahead of time, I'd get a hold of the landowners, and because most of it is Roundup Ready corn and Roundup Ready soybean, and we could extend that boom if it was okay with the farmers there, you know, and spray them, get rid of them once. But
Well, it'll only kill a tree about this tall anyway.
it will, I
Yeah, once they're and then that's maybe a
Well, they're spraying Tordon, that'll kill a big tree.
it'll take the leaves off and they'll grow back.
Defoliate some of the.
Defoliate. So they can't bring enough chemical down through the tree to get in the roots to kill them. Only way they do it is they drill them when they get big enough and then dump Tordon into them.
I've done that. And you get your drill stuck in there?
Yeah. Trust me, I've got blamed for killing a lot of trees that didn't die. and I've tried to kill trees that spraying them, and you can take the leaves off for many years in a row, but they never die. It's about that big. But a backhoe will do it.
Yeah.
Those bigger trees, we'll take the backhoe up and get them out of there.
Yeah.
So you're, after you looked at that culvert yesterday, you're gonna replace that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The culvert is all rusty.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Then I've got some other questions. One I've got for Jane. Do we have to ask the county commissioners if the township zones? I
No.
read that in our handbook.
No.
You don't?
No, if you want to zone more strict than the county, that's up to you guys to zone more strict.
Strictly after the township?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of townships created zoning back in the days when the Mandan line was gonna come through here. You know, there's a whole bunch of counties up in Nelson County that they have all kinds of rules about power line placement.
Yeah, the Century Code actually gives the power of zoning to the townships.
It does.
Right. So even if the county has zoning regulations, the township zoning regulations trump the counties.
Yeah.
So that we didn't see a need for county zoning when the townships, you know, what's good for a township down here in the southeast corner of the county might not be good for a township up here. So why not let each
Township.
township zone make their own ordinances if it fits their particular vendor?
I see this last general meeting, the township meetings, there was 2 townships in the paper that did zone.
And they can be as complex or as whatever you want.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you, guys.
You look like you're making a move.
I'm heading to Bismarck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, right on the end here on County Road 3 here by south of our southwest, east of our place, there's a steel post there that used to have a Hannaford sign on it. And it's been 25 years before, that sign's been gone for 25 years, so okay, if I take up the post, or do you want to put a sign there? It gets in the way of mower every time, but I haven't done anything about it.
Why are you asking us?
It's easier to apologize than ask for
I don't know the sign, there was for a while, people were taking signs and putting them in the dorm rooms and all kinds of things, and it just disappeared, you know.
Sure.
It would be nice if it was, that sign was there, because people go by that road and then come back and, you know, but
It must not be in our sign inventory or it would have been replaced, so I'm sure you can take it, yeah.
I'll just pick it up then. Yeah. I guess that's it. Oh, and there's a 911 sign that was always supposed to go into the road off the highway pavement that goes, the road goes by our place. It's never been put in.
You have to talk to Wayne about that. He's in charge.
Yeah, I have.
What do you say?
He hasn't said anything. But the UPS and FedEx guys go, there's one going down sign on the curve, correction line there, to the east. And they take off and go down the minimum maintenance road. And then pretty soon you get a call, where do you live? Where are you? Yeah. And there should be a sign there right off the highway going west, you know, for them to catch up. And I suppose, that I don't know how they GPS it or what, I'm not sure. Yeah.
They miss my house by a mile every time too.
Yeah. So that's about all I got. I don't know. Waterboard papers, did that make it up here? Are they here?
Yep, we got
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yep.
Did it get here on Thursday then, or
Last Friday?
Friday?
You talking about the bookwork?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hasn't come yet then, Harold?
No.
Well, he's done with the whole county except for the water board and the fair board.
Yeah.
I just think either he does things more timely or the water board and the fair board should find somebody that will, or the county can do the books for both of them like they do the books for the rest of the county. Because that's not fair when it's the 1st of May and he doesn't have that little bit of bookwork done. That ain't right.
There was a reason. Dave was in the hospital for 26 hours there in the park. He went there by ambulance. And then
Yeah.
he got behind. So there was, and then he had 2 days of tests again. So there was a reason.
But that was recently.
Yeah.
I mean, the end of the year was the.
No, they've never ever brought him up here at the end of the year. Only when the auditor comes, whenever you call us.
Well, they are for the end.
They should be done the end of the year.
Anyway, wouldn't it be easier? You'll still have control of your finances. Wouldn't it be easier just to create a voucher, turn it into the auditor will pay it. You'll still have control of the finances, and then all the bookkeeping will be in one place. You'll save the money of having to hire an accountant, and we will have it done in a timely manner. And you'll still maintain full control of your finances. You just write a voucher and send it to the next Samantha pays it.
You sure you want to do all that stuff and do a budget?
That's her job.
You want to do a budget too?
She doesn't have to do the budget.
You're going to do it if we do all that.
No, that's the job. That's the job of the board
Yeah.
to prepare the budget, but the county can very easily.
I know Barnes County
does
they do their water board's books for them.
Yeah.
They asked the county to do it because they had an embezzlement some years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. So that's how they do it. And they did it. It was at the water board's request that they do that.
But the budget will be real easy because you'll have an itemized, as you send these vouchers in, you'll be able to ask for the itemized vouchers that you spent the year before, and you're able to base your budget on that. So it'll make it easier, actually.
You think so?
I would think so. You'll be, every check that's written, you'll have access to it. So you just print you out, here's the checks that were written in 2013 or 14, and then you'll use that for your 2015 budget requests.
You wanna go through all the expense sheets and
Every-
allocate all the drains and everything like that? And all the meetings?
All she has to do is write the check.
She just
I
writes a
know,
check.
that's what it's all involved to do. We have to split out, we've got 3 legal drains, and we have to split off meetings and allocate to each one of those drains.
No, we're talking.
You do that with the voucher.
Right, we're talking about just the writing the check, right, actually writing the checks, because all we need to complete the budget for each year is the check that was written. We need to know the money that was spent, so we can compare that to the money that was budgeted. That's what the audit is about. The specifics of what you do with the money is still gonna be within your control. It's the writing of the checks so that we don't have to go through this step of waiting for somebody to compile the checks that are written to get to us.
The only thing true on a budget was the money you spent last year.
Hmm?
The only thing true on a budget is the money you spent last year, though.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And if all the money is spent out of our office, we'll know that. Right now, if you would have done this in 2014, we'd know exactly how much money the water board spent, because we would have all the canceled checks and we wouldn't be waiting for Dave.
Well, I'll run it by the water board.
And it would be a savings to you. You wouldn't have to hire an accountant. So and in turn, it would be a savings to the taxpayers, and we wouldn't be sitting here having to wait. Yeah, because this puts us at a disadvantage, considering the financial shape the county is in, because we're in a quandary here of what to do. We don't. You're correct. We only know what was spent last year by what was spent. So right now, all we have is an estimate. We've been waiting now for 5 months. We don't know exactly what was spent last year. We have an estimate, so we don't know how much was carried over actually into the 15 budget. So we don't know if the 15 budget is actually accurate until we do the audit for 14. So again, I think it would be a win-win for everybody, and you would still maintain full control of your finances.
But actually, you don't do the budget until August anyway, do you? August or so? Yeah, August.
Yeah, it's gotta be completed by October, so.
No, but okay, so we don't,
Well,
because we don't.
we're working on 2015's budget. We don't know where we ended up based on his audit in 2014. So we don't know exactly where we're at in the 2015 budget yet. And we're almost halfway through the year.
Yeah, see, we took an assumption that there was X amount of dollars carried forward out of the 14 budget when we did the 15 budget. Until we actually know how much was carried forward, the 15 budget is a little bit, we're spending the money, but we don't know if it's actually there. So the quicker we can have the audited 14 budget, the more accurate, the more accurate is accurate. The more confidence we can have in the 2015 budget, because it's strictly an estimate of what was carried forward out of 14, and if history is any indicator, the estimate wasn't too close. So, if we could have the end of the year 14 budget right at the end of the year audited, it would put us in a better position.
When I used to do the audit, when the state audited, I was up here probably for half a day with the state, and they spent probably half a day, maybe a day on the water board books.
Mm-hmm.
And when I bring them up here now, they're done before I get out to the pickup. How do you figure that?
All I can say is the auditor we have was hired by the previous commissioners on it, and we were obligated to. I don't know. I can't contradict the results of this audit because I don't have the information to do that, but the concern you just raised has been raised by a lot of people.
Yeah. One time Dave and I spent a whole day emailing back and forth to the state.
I know.
90 some emails.
You're not the first person or the last or everyone on this commission has made the same observation.
I don't know, does he take a copy of all that and bring it, or what does he do with it? I don't know.
We're still waiting to see this year. I can update you after we give us the audit.
It's unusual because even one time it was $5 and some cents, and I spent, I suppose, an hour trying to figure that out and get it back when we were right there with them, doing it with the state.
Unusual is an interesting term for it.
And they go through the checkbook and make little circles every so often. You gotta go back. I had to call Bob Brooks one time to get his expense sheet off his dresser drawer to bring it in here in order to get it right.
Mm.
You know.
So the tighter we could keep those with the program that we use, the easier it would be to answer some of those questions. And that's all. I mean, you can do it the way you're doing it. It just, I think it would give you the same control, and you would still have and a little bit more money in your budget in because you wouldn't have the expense.
Yeah. What actually you want us to do then? What do you want us just to bring the checks up here? Is that what you're?
No,
copy
no,
the
the
check?
only thing that you would do, what they're saying is you would do your entire budget like you have been, but
Yeah.
you would just bring me like your bills and like do a voucher up like this of what account you wanted to come out of and how much, and then I would write your checks.
Okay.
And then you would get an expense report at the end of the month of what was your budget, how much was spent that month, and
Yeah, it would be similar like this. I mean, if here was, just say here was your department, you would list all the expenses and a running balance. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Just a thought.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, Alan.
Move to take a 10-minute recess.
Been moved by Dale that we take a 10-minute recess. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Ron. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Like 10 cows in for the door at the same time.
Dahl, is that right? Dahl seconded that, right?
Sure. And then he ran. Quickly.
You can't.
Okay. Before we move on, let's take a look at the TJ's bill.
Ask him if that's right.
He said it was right.
I went in and talked to him during break.
Okay then.
So the new amount will be $3,782.60.
I'll make a motion that we pay the $3,782.60.
Been moved by John to approve the voucher for TJ's Electronics. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Travis?
I think you gave, maybe everyone has a Excel spreadsheet, it's kind of a breakdown of prices for
That's the last page of the packet.
Oh, very last page?
Yeah.
Back, okay.
if you recall, I suppose it was 2 months ago, or did you kind of give an estimate as far as each project? It's about 13,000 for remaining in that. The existing, that 5,220, that's what's coming out of that 13,000 I was talking about before. So the money from that estimate, that's those estimates for doing that then. And the new one is the additional stuff that we have to complete to get both buildings functional then. So if we want to have the EOC operational and then have the existing courthouse still operational, we'll need to get a link between the two of them. Fortunately, we do have conduit already run there, and because of the way everything was set up, we can just pull a fiber optic cable between the two buildings and hook it up then. So that's what that first line item of the 2020 is, for getting that hooked up then. The next one is the phone system, installing the servers, hooking up the phones within for the Sheriff's Department, DES, whoever else may be in the building then when they're occupying it. Wireless system, network is moving equipment, working with service providers to get everything hooked up and patched over to the new building then. And then the new work is, we have the fire suppression system. I think it's room number 113 on the sheet or on the blueprints. That was never defined as needing a data port, but it needs a phone line for that to actually function correctly. So we have to go up and pull 2 more wires over into that room then. So that'll be an additional cost for that then, for setting up for that to be able to be functional then. So, and I spoke with Person Electric as well as I can't remember the company that actually put the fire system in and confirmed that that's where the wires needed to go, and that they'll need that hooked up in there.
So you're working with Bergstrom?
Bergstrom to, yeah, 'cause they were working, then I also confirmed with the actual, the company that sold the fire suppression system and confirmed that that was where it needs to go and so forth, So between the existing and then the new, that's what I'm estimating as far as getting the EOC operational for network is around that $8,800.
And that's all labor?
Yeah, there's a few things that are actual connections and so forth, but then the fiber optics, most of that is actual, the fiber and then the connectivity. So that 2020, most of that is actual new equipment. We have some boxes and cable to purchase that too. So.
So the 2020 equipment?
Minus the 2020 minus 270, that would be the equipment then. So the 1750 is new equipment. And then there's a 130 at the very bottom. That's the actual Cat 6 cable, about $40. That's just a rough estimate as far as jacks, connectors, and so forth. We'll actually build out the actual cost when we go in there and do it, but. So that's moving all the servers, getting them set up in that room, getting the UPSs hooked up and tested and so forth as well. Working with MLGC, Ernst Crenshaw to get all the fiber and telephones that need to be moved over as well. And like the 5,220, that is taken away from that 13,000 estimate that we were here about 2 months ago talking about. So. To finish the entire courthouse, so that 13,000 will reduce by that 5,000 about.
You're gonna move the server from here over there right away?
Yeah. The benefit of that is we're getting into AC control system with a lot higher end battery backups in there. We actually had I think it was was it Wednesday? We had a power outage that we had to do a shutdown here, so we lost connectivity for I think it was 45 minutes, if I remember correctly. Moving out everything over there would be on the main AC unit on the bigger battery backups and the generator system then too.
So the cost to finish the whole courthouse is $13,000?
That estimate when I was talking to you guys a while ago, that was $13,000 to finish the work in as a whole. As a whole, okay. Yeah. So that 13,000, whatever it was, the 5,220, that is pulling from that 13,000 budget. So that's work, that 5,000 is work that's going to be coming out of that 13 then. Then the new is the 3,500. That's additional work that's above and beyond what was estimated for that in that 13. And what we're doing too with
so if we were to do the whole courthouse, it'd be 16,000, 17,000. What you're saying?
Yeah. So it'd be the 13,000 plus that 3,500. Because what we're doing is since we're staggering the move, where we're still going to have people in the old courthouse and the new courthouse, we have to get connectivity between the two, and that's where that 2020 comes in. Most of that is fiber optic equipment. And what we're planning to do with that too, once that's done, that 1,100 for the fiber connectivity system, we're going to be reusing that for the social service link to do a redundant link back there. So it's not wasted as far as just buy the equipment, use it for Hawaiian Radio for 20 months, and then throw it away kind of thing, or try to resell it.
Social services is gonna be in that building.
But that's gonna cause some problems for Wayne then for his connectivity at the county shop then. So we're running data through for that. We will be running data through the social service building to him for the connection then. So I would have to look into doing some kind of connectivity from the new courthouse to Wayne then as well.
What's he use on the county server?
He's connected for email, data files, and so forth on that. We're using we're renting a pair of copper cables from the phone company to do a DSL connection, point-to-point DSL. So it's all private connection between the two. The issue is with the new system the phone company's putting in, there is no copper anymore. It's all fiber. So we would either have to rent fiber from them, or since the service building has copper in already, my plan was to use copper from there to his building to do the new system too. Because we're looking at upgrading his DSL modems to newer equipment because of the required speeds. He's I think on about a 1 meg connection right now. It gets pretty slow for him.
He doesn't need to be connected to the county server to get email.
He needs to be connected to the state to do his 911 coordinators and everything else too from the state. He has to be in the state.
That's gonna be up in this building too.
So Wayne will be moving there then as well?
I don't know if Wayne will be, but as far as I'm concerned, the 911 will be in this. Every county service is gonna be in this building.
Well, anything that Wayne has to do with the state has to go through the state network. So he's got to be connected to us, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm not certain as far as what other options we might have. I mean, I'd have to talk to the state if there's different connectivity issues, or if we did a wireless system down to him, or if we did a fiber optic
How about if we bring Wayne up to the system?
That would solve that issue.
So how about if we just bring Wayne to the system?
Well, you could do VPN connection.
Yeah, but I mean, this isn't.
That would be one of the options. Then we would have to look into getting a third-party internet provider for him at that location, and then getting a VPN connection from the state then. So as long as the state signs off on it.
That's been done before.
I doubt it's going to be any problem. So, but I mean, like I said, too, we just have to look into what our options are. So that was the plan, I guess.
But I think it's almost mandatory that every county service be eventually under this roof.
Except for the road department. I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be even out of hand to have Wayne's office sitting here rather than down there.
Right. I mean, that could be, except for it's pretty hard to supervise from here, but possibly.
Yeah, I mean, that would even be out of hand.
Well, then we have, if we're looking at moving everything up here too, we have to look at upgrading all the IT infrastructure for those rooms too. I mean, if we're going to be putting more people in there, make sure we have enough connections for everything, I guess, too. So.
How many connections are in that building?
Well, there's
150?
Well, that's what I mean. We have to make sure there's actually in the rooms that you have. Like a lot of the storage rooms are not. Like,
No, I
know. So that, but I mean, that would be additional cost on above and beyond again. So, but
10 for Persian should be enough.
You mean for moving I looked at the auditor's office. There it's set up for 4 people in there. The recorder's office is set up for 5 already. I mean, all the offices are set up for more people than we actually have on staff now. The state's attorney's office and the county agent's office would be combined to make the social services, and they already have 8 or 9 workstations in there. We only have 6 people coming up here. There certainly can't be a whole lot of work left to do to make this. This doesn't have to be the shining example of the IT system for the state of North Dakota. This needs to be functional. This is a county of 2,000 people.
it is functional.
I know that, but
we need to figure out what actually needs to be added. I mean, what additional steps need to be added.
And that's
I don't know right this time because I don't have a plan that
Right.
says this is where people are sitting, this is where a wall's going to go, this is what's happening.
That's fair, because that's why that's on the agenda today.
Okay.
Because you won't know what we need if there's something until we make a decision where people are going to sit.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the plan, there's already spaces, there's already workstations to accommodate everybody that we plan on putting in here.
Oh, we did
Already
quite a
set
bit of
up.
extra connections.
Yes, it's
with
already
that,
set up.
That growth capability, having, moving desks around, not knowing for sure what it's got. So
Right.
And then you walk through it, you can see the workstations that are there. It'll easily accommodate everything plus more people if we want to hire more people.
But the plan is still to have a staggered setup, right? So we want the emergency operations center up and running right away, so we get the sheriff's department and state attorneys out of the current bank building. Is that the idea, right?
Hopefully.
Okay.
That's what we'd like to do. You know,
I know there's a lot of.
I mean, we would like the courthouse, we would like the whole building to be done and move everybody, but
Yeah.
that's a little out of our control.
I mean, like with the fiber optic, we could try to sell it afterwards, I guess, if it's no longer in use. We'll take a little hit on it, but at least we can recoup some of that, I'm sure. But it'll be just the connections that actually plug into the switches.
But why would you have to have fiber from here to there? Why
The connection's over 300 feet. So Cat 5 or Cat 6 it's beyond the reach of that then, so. For the conduit that's in the ground, because the conduit actually runs from one building comes back over here, then goes back up to the courtroom, or into this building then, so. Unless you wanted to like the aerial, run it through and then drill a hole in the side of the wall, I guess we could do that,
But if you connected it, so you want to connect it with fiber from this building to that building?
yeah.
If you didn't connect it with fiber, you could still make the connection, you would just lose some speed.
No, you wouldn't have any connection. Who's providing the internet? The internet's either gonna be here or there. You know, when the state comes in and puts up their routers, they're either in this building or that building. So one of the buildings don't.
Where are they now?
They're in this building right now. So the idea is to get the servers, the state's equipment all moved over to the new one, get it on the new system equipment, battery backups, generator, and then we'd have just network switches in this building here providing service for them.
But what happens if we left it here until we make the total move over there?
Then you wouldn't have any internet over there then. There'd be no connections over there then.
None whatsoever?
No. Because you need to connect the two buildings somehow. So
You
if
can't
you want
run,
both of them functional.
you couldn't run a Cat 5 from this switch to that switch and have them in the network?
Yeah, we can. It would have to be aerial or something like that, or just laying on the ground, I guess, or because the conduit right now, since it's over the length of the connection for for Cat 5 that can go, since you have to kind of do a little bump back and forth, it's over that then. So
Okay, let me rephrase it. Is there a way to temporarily get service over there that isn't gonna cost what this projected $3,500?
The 2,000.
Yeah.
the 2,000, like if what you're then what the trade-off is if I have to run an aerial cable through there, is having to run it in the building, getting up in there. It'll probably be somewhere around $300-400 maybe for getting Cat 5 connection. But like I said, it's just strong from building to building. Cut a hole in the building and run it through the ceiling. Then I guess.
No, I mean, it's just temporary.
Yes, yeah. Like when I was talking about fiber, it was the idea that we would be using that for social services. Then we're not just blowing the $1,000 on nothing. Then, but if that's going to be moving over too, then it doesn't make sense to do it.
So what's the cheapest way to do it?
Run the aerial Cat 6 cable between the two buildings, I guess. As long as it doesn't get hit, which it shouldn't. I mean, there shouldn't be driving between the buildings, and it'll just be, we'll have to do some patchwork on the outside of the building, I guess. So make sure, since we're cutting holes in it.
Well, big hole.
Small hole, I mean, it's nothing. Yeah, just ½ inch or nothing less than that.
Patchwork would be a little plug that
Well, you might be able to just
there's got to be a place to get into that building somewhere.
go to the peak and go in that vent, the ridge vent. I did that with my cell phone booster in my house.
There's places.
I just poked it through that.
Places.
If you go under that top, the ridge cap up there, you can get a Cat 6 into the attic, and you're going to run it in the attic anyway, aren't you?
No, there's attic and then there's crawl space. There's two different areas, so I wouldn't want to go in the attic if I'm disturbing insulation in there too, though. Kind of pain in the butt, but.
I mean, it's just a matter of a little plug.
Yeah.
And ground it and put the plug in there.
True.
So the cheapest way to do it is to run an aerial cable over there for a temporary
Yeah, and they'll only run the risk of it breaking possibly, but that's just a matter of coming out and replacing it and splicing in something. But
So then what's the cost for that? Then what are the costs? I don't quite understand this sheet, but.
so the getting the building set up as far as out of 13,000, 5,000 is what is to get the EOC side set up basically.
Okay, and what does that entail? What is the 55220? How much of that is labor? How much
Add
is
it up
materials?
from the bottom.
Yeah, so it's the existing. So the phone system getting that all configured 1080, wireless system getting that set up and configured 540. Network that includes all the moving of computers, getting the server set up, getting the equipment actually installed, working with service providers to move everything.
Okay.
That's the 3600.
So that's all labor?
Yes.
And then the labor cost for that are the 12 hours, the 6 hours, and 40 hours.
Yep.
Okay. And then the new work, how much of that is labor?
Well, the new work includes that. So that 3540 includes the 2020, and most of that is that fiber optics, which we're getting rid of that. So if you take that out of there, then we're down to that 1520 for work, and then I would just probably add, say $400 to get the Cat 6 cable run over there at the 10th grade one. Then
So it's 1920, and you would do away with the 2020.
2020.
Okay, so then so that gets down to 2019, 20.
7140.
And that's, so everything but $400 of that is labor then?
No, there's the $130 is the Cat 6 cable itself. $40 is the jacks, boxes. Just those are estimates too.
Yeah.
We'll get once we actually get in there and we'll build the actuals.
One set up full of lines from the LGC,
That just working with them, get everything hooked up and tested, and that's the new work is for getting those wires over for the fire suppression system so they can certify that. And then that, like I said, that room was missing the data connection, so it was never on the plans, never got bid out. So
They were talking something
7140.
training too when they get that thing operational.
yeah, I would say so. They're pretty complicated systems.
130,
Because they have to be certified, tested every so often too. I'm not sure how many times they go through.
Yeah.
170.
Be a shame if that didn't work and that building burned down.
6970. And then what labor rate did you figure that at?
We're at 90.
How much did you come up with?
6970 is what I come up with, and then of that you subtract out 130, 140, and 400, correct? No, even for materials.
Maybe 170 for materials, I believe. 140, 30, 130, 140.
Right. So then I got 6 plus 12 plus 6 plus 40. Yep.
Yep, what?
That comes out to about $90 an hour and plus the materials.
won't be able to start this until after Bergstrom gets done.
Well, Bergstrom wanted me to have the phone data connection in there, so
Yeah,
when they
right.
do the testing
That's
of that. And, you know, I want to try and group stuff together so we're not just doing pieces here, a piece there kind of thing.
Right.
And then another thing with moving, since we have to move everything, coordinating with all the service providers, you know, they'll probably need 3 weeks notice for them to come out and schedule stuff out.
Oh, so
Yeah, I mean, it's a busy season, you know, springtime is a busy season, so.
Bergstrom's will be out of here by that time.
Yeah, I think it's too, like with moving the servers, as long as we have power and AC over there, we can do that anytime once that's been okayed. And then that way it's just there and ready to go, so that way we can just get it scheduled. We're not waiting on, you know, it's not actually saying we have to, you know, move the sheriff's department right now. It can just be over there and functional then.
There's no AC in that room right now, you knew that.
It's not hooked up, is that the correct, or
The
condenser's not hooked up?
The
or-
outdoor unit's not installed.
Okay.
The way that generator was placed, there's no room to put the outdoor units for those split air conditioner units.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's on the agenda for today. Schultz wants to put wall mount brackets on there to mount those outdoor units over the top of the
Oh, okay.
pad
To get enough
mounted ones.
airflow.
Well, just to give them a spot to live.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's not going to be any room between the generator and the building other than compressors. There won't be
Yeah.
room for a lawnmower to go through there.
Okay. And yeah, we would need to have that the AC operational before we bring equipment over there.
Right. So,
And then depending on what's going on with, you know, moving offices too, like when we run these 2 wires for the fire suppression system, what I'll probably do is just leave all the ceiling tiles open that we move in case we have to move some more stuff. You know, if you have, so we're not doing double work on stuff. We can leave things set up and open, and then, you know, if we don't have to do anything, then we just come back and finish the work then. So.
Well, hopefully by the end of the meeting today, we have the office space for the EOC decided. Is the goal, I would hope.
right. So we're right around $7,000 somewhere in there.
Ballpark, yeah.
6970.
We need to invoice for it, make sure you specify that it's for the EOC.
Yeah, we'll go through everything as far as what's separate and detail it out because we know it has to be billed out for.
Yeah, we'll try to
for
get
the grant.
reimbursement for it all, but like running the cable between the new building and the existing building, she could say that's not part of the grant. Or she could just say, she's just gonna use that 34% of this and reimburse us 75%. Then she might use 34% of that 8,000 for the remainder. I hope she doesn't, but she's done that before. But if you specify, this is clearly just for the EOC center, we'll try to do it.
Okay, yeah, for the EOC to be functional. And
Yeah. We'll try to reimburse for everything.
Right. Well, we'll have to let her know that the 34% won't be able to be used now because we'll never have this finished by the time the grant time's out. So it's going to have to be at the full 75% from here going forward.
Yeah, somehow we gotta get that language. Yeah, we get Connie to put it in there, or you to help put it in there, that this was absolutely essential for the LC center.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it has to be. This can get it functional. There's no looking around it, and it's all portional of them. It's like the phone system set up. That's just their phones in their office, getting it working for them. Then, so.
Okay.
Whether we tell him to go ahead or what do we do?
But this is just information, I guess, at this time. I guess until we have some dates for when you guys want me to go and install the wires or when we need to do certain things, and I guess that's when you can give me a call and get started on it, I guess. Or
Is Brookstrom scheduled to come out here and do more work?
I don't know if they're scheduled. They were working with Travis on coordinating and getting they need some connectivity with the phone company to hook up the fire suppression system.
Well, I'd like to move that we authorize Travis to move it forward just as soon as he's able to coordinate with Bergstrom and get this done.
Okay, been moved by John to authorize Travis to move forward with the EOC work that he's proposing. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion?
You let us know, Travis, if there's something that's going to really drastically affect.
Yes.
them.
I'm not going to give you a bill that's not at that or lower. So.
You can, but you'll get questioned about it.
Yeah. Might not be faithful.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John? Dale?
Aye.
Ron? Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, Travis.
And if there's any questions, please, everyone's got my number. I'm here to help any for consulting and that, so
Okay,
go from there.
thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome, Megan. I don't know if all you guys have had a chance to stop in here. I stopped in here one day and poked my head in the office and said hi to Megan. She's our new extension agent. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Megan.
As Troy said, I'm the new extension agent. I started last Friday. I've gone through some new agent training at NDSU. So I came back on Thursday. This is day 3 of the job in Cooperstown, and I've already been answering some tree questions. I'm enjoying it so far. So gotta keep running, keep up with everybody, but it's been going good.
Good. Haven't got chewed out by any 4-H moms yet?
Not yet.
You have?
No.
Oh.
I have a question. Is Megan supposed to be receiving the weed wage for secretary for weed? I know Jill was, and then now I was just wondering.
The secretary.
Yeah, there's a weed secretary budget in your expense report, and so I was just wondering if that was the thing that Megan was supposed to be the weed, or is that Wayne?
Are you the weed control officer?
I guess I was.
I think Wayne, wasn't he?
Well,
I know Wayne was gonna spray. I didn't know if he was.
he should probably be the weed control officer and secretary. But,
I believe he is.
well, maybe.
I don't know.
No.
How are we sitting
It
now?
was in the county agent's office, so Wayne might not really want to be the lead.
I think the reason it was in the extension agent's office is because of the.
She was the one in charge of contracting it, the spraying. She was taking care of hiring the Matsons or Willis to spray it. But then when we're going to have the county do it, then it should be down into
Okay.
at Wayne's control, I would think.
You don't really need a secretary, do you?
It's in there. There's a budget item
Well, he's
for.
gonna need a budget for purchasing chemicals and so forth.
Well,
so
there's that
that
stuff.
should be with Wayne.
But Christie would be doing that. If Wayne is taking care of it, Christie would take care of all of that stuff, wouldn't she?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, it's all just.
Well, she's the secretary for the road department.
So she should be receiving that as well.
No,
No.
she
There shouldn't be. There shouldn't be. There seemed to be a propensity to create positions that should have been taken care of by positions already in place. There probably isn't a need for a secretary for the weed board because that should fall under another office somewhere.
Okay, because it was just a line
Yeah.
item in here, and that's why I was wondering if that was supposed to go to Megan. Weed salary.
Is there a salary for the weed control officer?
I guess it just says weed salary,
But that must be for the officer.
probably.
I don't know.
I didn't know either, so that's why.
No,
Anyway, I don't think we're gonna ask Megan to
No,
be in charge of the
no,
right of way.
no, we're not.
No. Yeah.
So
Well, that's not, we transferred it to you.
Yeah.
Disregard.
Can I ask how it's been done in the past?
well, the county agent used to contract a private entity to do our right-of-way spraying. And we decided we're just gonna have the road department do it because, number one, it's really hard to find somebody to do that. And last year we didn't get anybody even to bid on it, so it didn't get done. Well, that's not a really good option. So we authorized the road department to purchase some equipment so that we can do it ourselves, which.
And that's actually the way it's been done in the past, or
It was way back.
Yeah.
It just will simplify everything, I think, if we just have somebody that's responsible to do it within the county.
That's the way it's done up in Nelson County. It's not contracted out. I think the weed board actually has their own stuff run through the highway department too.
So, okay.
So that will just be a salary that doesn't get paid out, and we're just gonna consolidate these things into, if there's 8 hours in a day and we get the work done, why would we pay extra to have it done?
Mhm.
So when the farmers spray weeds and get reimbursement, they're gonna run it through Wayne then?
Run it through the auditor, I would imagine. It could ultimately it goes through the auditor anyway.
Yeah.
Was that a question you had or just Samantha?
I had brought it up to Megan to see if she had known if she was the weed officer, and she said she didn't know. So I was like, well, I'll bring it up to
Okay.
you guys.
And I guess, was it just because Jill had prior experiences with such a thing that she was a good candidate for that position?
I don't know the answer to that. I just know that we weren't doing our own work, so the weed board had her doing it, and we decided we're going to have the road department do it. So I don't
Just
know.
a
That.
cost savings measure is all it is.
Mm.
It seemed
Well,
right-
and to
it
get the
seemed
work
right-
done,
yeah, it's
we weren't
not-
even getting it done.
It seemed redundant to pay for something that we have the capacity to do within the county at no extra cost. So nothing, it doesn't diminish your abilities. It isn't something that she was doing you're not able to do. It's just it's not there anymore.
And then I do have a question. I guess, what was the relationship with prior extension agents? Would they come to like once a month to a meeting to discuss what they were doing? Or would you guys like me to come in once a month and just to give you a recap of what I've been working on?
Good question.
I guess if we had questions, we would put them on the agenda in the past, haven't we?
That's kind of how it's been done. Is if there's
An issue.
something that needs to be considered.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of the departments put a monthly report in the board packet and we read them.
Okay.
So, I mean, that could be done also
So that's how you prefer to do it? Just a monthly
for now,
report?
anyway. We'll have to see.
And there's been a budget set for your department, so that pretty well dictates what your actions will be. So I mean, if hopefully you don't spend all the money in the budget, but try to stay. You have to stay within the budget. There's no. The thing that we don't like to see is someone coming before the board and wanting more money in their budget, because there isn't a slush fund here to do that with. And other than that, if we'll hear about it long before you tell us, if somebody doesn't like what you're doing, someone will come and tell us about it. So, yeah, I think you'll get along just fine. It'll be just go meet everybody and ask them what you can do for them.
Since I guess the office hasn't been doing much for the past 4 months, is it possible to give Betty extra hours, like 2.5 days a week?
You can only
During
spend
the
what's in,
summer
you can only
months?
spend what's in the budget.
Okay, so if I guess tweak it in the budget, then
Huh?
I can answer that and then,
Yeah, but I mean, but the budget has to, you have to make it until the end of the year, so, I mean, if you use Betty's salary up and it's done by November, then she can't work November and December.
but I can't take it from another line item.
No, because then what line item would you take it from?
Well,
If you can
I
take it,
haven't looked at it specifically,
but
but
let
I
me
just,
phrase it this way, if you can take it from another line item, then that line item wasn't needed.
Well,
well, it is needed, I
There-
just wasn't here for 4 months to use it.
If
talking about
the
the
salary for the
salary.
extension agent wasn't utilized, can she utilize what was budgeted for the extension agent to put some more into the
I don't know how that works.
secretary? Is that the question?
Yeah,
You want to use the salary that was budgeted for, I don't know how that works.
not necessarily the salary, but other, because there's other line items as well.
But what line items weren't used when the agent wasn't here?
I suppose like postage and mailings.
Well, you're not talking big, I mean, the items that were budgeted were items that were needed throughout the year. So the only items that didn't get used were whatever the salary of the agent, I would think, I don't know. Everything else still must have got used, still would be used, even though we didn't have an agent. I'd have to look at the budget.
And I do it as well, but I just wanted to, I guess, ask that question. And I'll get back and look at the budget more clearly, or just spend more time looking at it.
Yeah.
But as long as I stay within my budget, I guess was just using funds from different accounts for other funds or line items.
That's not the preferable way to do it, because then how do you determine, when you make your budget for the following year, what to appropriate to that line item? If you're robbing Peter to pay Paul and all over the board, then how do you construct the budget for the following year?
I guess based off of need, and maybe what I see as need was different from the previous agent or whoever had helped propose the budget from the previous year.
But the budget for this next coming year will be based on this year's budget. There won't be an ability to increase the budget. So the budget is going to be based on what the county deems as necessary to run the office. It's not based on it's based on bare necessity, and we hope that the budget for last year was based on bare necessity, so there shouldn't be any excesses in there other than the wages. Right. But it's almost impossible if you're taking from one line item to another, it's almost impossible to keep track of then what was actually spent for that service or for that line item within the budget. That's why they're line itemed. Otherwise there'd just be one lump sum and you'd take it and you wouldn't have any idea how you're coming along then during the budgetary cycle.
Those are just some questions I want to ask.
So I mean, if there's $900 for office supplies and you only use $700 for office supplies during the year, that was good.
I don't have any other questions. I guess is there any questions of me for anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not loud.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Tax director's position. Sean, you can give your committee report for the tax director.
Okay.
Sean and I interviewed all 3 candidates for the tax director position.
Yeah, last week we went through all of them and interviewed them, and I guess out of that, we bring a recommendation of Tracy McCullough for the tax director.
It's hard for us to, I mean, we don't know.
Yeah.
It isn't like me interviewing somebody to do what I do, that I know what I'm doing. It's kind of hard to interview for those types of positions. I think based on our interviews and based on what we know, the limited knowledge we have of the tax director's position, we just felt Tracy is somebody that would be able to pick the job up and would fit into the employee group well. And
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe it makes sense for you to make a motion on how many hours per week you guys talked about to hire her for, and any salary, and then you can approve that motion. X
I
hours
guess
a
we
week.
didn't talk salary, we talked the three.
I don't.
Position.
3 days a week, okay.
that type of discussion is really not typically had in the interviewing process. That would be when the commissioners make an offer to those candidates, to that candidate.
But shouldn't we be making a motion that we make an offer to her to
Yep.
work 24
That's
hours a week?
right. That's
I guess that's what we're gonna bring a recommendation, and if we're all happy with it.
I was thinking we budgeted for full-time in anticipation of training and.
Yeah, we talked about
Okay.
it.
There's a line in for
What we
training.
did, what we did is the previous budget was $23,000. We budgeted for, we decided that 24,150 would be an adequate amount, but we allowed 31,590 with the anticipation that we might have to pay more to fill the position.
Right.
Is how we did that.
Yeah, I don't know if she should be working 4 or 5 days a week to catch up or to get up to speed. Maybe she should be working in 5 days a week for the first month. I just don't know how much.
Well, and we discussed that too, that it's probably gonna be heavier times of the year, you're gonna have to put more time in it.
Yeah.
Parts of the year less.
I'm ready to go with it.
Well, I move that we offer her the part-time position at $24,150 a month. That would be 3 days a week, correct?
Yep.
Annually.
24,000, not
A
24,000
year.
per month.
Yeah. Okay, a year. And that we move her into the auditor's office for the time being. Whenever we get started, there's a lot of training, there's a lot of things that need to be done.
Yep. And there's gonna be,
Yep.
might be full-time for a week for training. Just-
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
there's room in the auditor's office, and put one of the 9 desks you took out back in there.
Didn't we buy that desk?
No, when she cleaned out the auditor's office, the budget desk.
Oh, the auditor's office. Oh, okay, I was thinking of the tax director's desk.
Oh, no. But I mean, for the time being, until she gets
Oh, okay.
acclimated to what's going on, wouldn't it be better if she was, rather than running back and forth, wouldn't it be better if she sat in your office and?
Well, all of the stuff is in the other office, so she would kind of be running back and forth.
She has an office.
Yeah.
She'll have to spend a lot of time reading through that stuff, I
Yeah.
imagine.
Doesn't matter.
And probably getting some training from Kelly would be good for her to kind of get up to see her software.
Maybe we could have Samantha find out when training's available or starts.
Dakota Programs is having a conference on May 18th. So,
One day one.
yep.
But there's a curriculum that she has to go through
Yeah.
to achieve And she has 3 years to do, she has 3 years to do that.
Yep, she'll have to go for like a week class every year.
I don't know what it involves, but we wanna make sure that someone supervises that and make sure they're on schedule, so we don't get to the end and have to have someone gone all the time. And then we need to make sure that you give her the contact information for the people in the state to help her out with this. Cause she just can't learn it cold, I mean, it's gonna have to be with supervision of the state.
If this is a .6 position, that's about $20 an hour, 24,000.
We're offering her 20 an hour.
Well, essentially, if you're gonna offer that $24,000 number.
Yeah, it does seem like we could.
I don't know if that's appropriate for,
Yeah, I was just going with what we had budgeted, what was paid to the prior director and what was.
I know, I think the reason that we did that is because it was Emily and we were gonna pay her based on her experience.
You know, we could offer a lesser amount, and then after you pass test number 1, you'll get a raise of so much.
This isn't an elected position, so,
6 month?
huh?
6 month probation raise.
I think that's what's customary, I guess. So what would be the starting salary? I mean, what would be the starting salary?
Well, that's why I threw that out there. I think it should be something, I mean, that's probably where you wanna end up at maybe someday. But I think they need to get there through performance.
What did we start out the deputy auditor at?
She's at $14.50,
$14.50 an hour.
and then she'll be moved up to $15 in July 1st.
It seems like starting the tax direct out at $15 an hour, and then saying after you pass test number 1, we'll give you another $1.50 an hour.
So after she does her training, then
Well,
give her a raise, or?
There's 3 tests, and
Yep.
after she passes the first one, and the second one, and the third one, there could be some incentive, because I don't think Emily she might have taken 1 of them and then quit, I think, or 2 of them, but we need some incentive for her to do all 3 of them, I think.
Right, so you don't want to do the 6 month probation.
Well, I don't know,
Well, we can do that.
Yeah, do that too, but I was just saying, offer her $15 an hour and tell her that once she passes the first test, we'll give her a $1.50 raise.
Yeah, but the incentive to pass the tests is the incentive to keep your job. If you don't pass the test, you can't be the tax director.
Well,
So there is incentive to that. So if she doesn't like her job, she's not gonna take the test anyway, whether we give her a raise or not, because she's going away.
Emily never took the test, and she was the tax director.
Well, but she didn't look at it as a full-time position, did she? She knew where she was going already. So the incentive was gone.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why don't we just keep it simple and make it like we do any employee? Start a salary and a 6 month raise, and it seems simple to me that way.
Yep, I agree with that.
And your assistant started at $14.50 an hour, so maybe that's the right range.
Well, I would think so.
And 23 days a week is how many hours?
24. No,
No.
not 24.
No, it's 22 and a half. Okay, 7.5 hours,
Yep.
22 and a half.
And 2.5, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this motion, do you want me to put the
Oh,
three?
so, okay. Make a motion that we start Tracy McCullough out at $14.50 an hour, working 22 and a half hours per week, with a 50 cent per hour raise after 6 months. And salary negotiable after that, consummate with education.
Certification.
And then she'll get benefits and everything at that time.
I have 3 quotes. Yep.
Okay.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'd second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion?
Do we need to, I guess it's a given that any training or any time she spends away from the office here for training, that she's compensated by the hour and expenses paid. But I think, yeah.
I think that's in the policy.
I think so.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John? Aye. Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries.
Am I calling Tracy or is...
I think you should write her a letter. And write those other 2 ladies a letter thanking them for their application. And that,
What if Tracy declines? Then...
true, write her a letter first and see if she accepts it.
So you don't want me just to call her?
Well, you can.
Okay.
I mean, but
The correct way would be write a letter with the offer. And,
Yeah.
so she has something to mull. Of course, this is an open meeting, so she'll know about it before we get to our car. But we can't stop that.
That's fine.
Okay.
I suspect she probably didn't read the paper to find out there was a job opening here either, so.
Supplements for commercial and residential sales report. What do you got dug up on that? Did you talk to a neighbor that was gonna be gracious enough to help us with that?
No. Connie told me that we need 15 more appraisals for the state, and these have to be approved by a certified tax director. So somebody has to go and appraise 15 more properties.
Residentials? Or any combination of
It was...
commercial and residential? Or
Let me grab it here.
I didn't see that.
They said something here, for commercial sales, you need to use all the prior year sales. You need a total of 23 sales for a sample size for commercial.
It would be the commercial one that we would need the 15 more.
We got 8 commercial and we need 15 more, is that what you're saying?
No, if you go to page 38, we have 5, and so we need 15 more to make up 20.
There's that many in the whole county?
Well, not sales, it's just they,
Oh.
it's either a
Appraise.
case of sale or appraisal of a commercial property.
But when it says we need 23, right?
Oh, I don't know. Connie just told me that we need 15
That's
more.
sales samples going that way.
23 sales for a sample size.
Right, we have 3 current sales, 5 prior year sales, and we need 15
Okay.
current year appraisals.
All right, my arithmetic
Which gets
was a
to
little
23.
And what regulation are we trying to satisfy?
This was for our, when the state says if we're in compliance or whatever, they go by this, is what Connie had told me, if I understood that right.
How much of this can Tracy do? She can look for some of these sales, she can contact.
It has to be a certified tax director.
Well, but she could be the one who contacts Foster County.
They don't have anybody.
Well,
Nelson County has a certified tax director that probably could come down and do some
Okay.
appraisals and some
Doesn't take a certified tax director, just takes a certified assessor.
assessment.
It could be an assessor or tax
Yeah.
director, yeah.
Yeah.
So Dean Munson, or,
Yep.
I mean, we can,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
there's lots of townships that have certified assessors.
And the state has a list of certified assessors we could,
you want Tracy, if Tracy accepts this position, you want her to start on the 1st of the month, or do you want to start her next week, or?
May start
The
Yes,
first
right
day of the
away.
pay period would be the 18th. If you wanted to do it as a pay period, but she would be hourly school. Matter, I guess.
That's right. 18th.
That'll work. So what do we do with this?
Well, can we arbitrarily assess properties without assessing all commercial properties?
I don't know what value it has anyway. All commercial property is not created equal.
No, but I mean, so we go pick 15 commercial properties and we assess them, and because of the assessment, we cause a tax increase on those properties. What was the basis for picking those 15 properties over 15 properties over here?
I don't get it. I don't know what we're doing.
I'm not sure what we're satisfying. But
Jamie?
I have no idea.
I can go to Connie if you would like me to. She said that she would be available if you have any questions.
Yeah, it seems like I remember reading in the Century Code that you had to do a sample size of residential and a sample size of commercial in order to meet some requirements.
I know the Nelson County Tax Director was just doing that too for the residential for sale, and I have no idea what it's for.
Well, each piece of property, each commercial property in Griggs County, each piece of property, period, in Griggs County is assessed on a yearly basis. So all we have to look at is what the assessed value was and use that. We don't go reassess it.
that makes sense.
But the Century Code said something about you have to compare the actual sale with the assessed value. And then make that comparison that if the assessed value is more.
Well, that's already been done. That's in here. That's already here.
It's got a sale price.
It's got the sale price.
Sale
and
price
assessed
or estimated market value.
Right here. That's already here. That's done. What they're talking about is because we didn't get to the quota needed, that we have to go look at appraised values. But it's, by law, when the tax assessments are done, that's assessment for every property in every township in every city. We just need to go pick them out. We need to go pick a business and say, okay, we'll assess X amount of dollars, this X amount of dollars, X amount of dollars. We don't go reassess it.
Okay.
It's already been done.
Okay.
But we need an assessor to actually pluck those numbers.
Right. Should we have Samantha see if the Nelson County Tax Director would do that, since they know the process? I mean, if you go pick somebody out of a township that's an assessor, they're not necessarily going to know much more about what we're talking about than we do, which is very good.
I think it's a simple process of taking the assessment books and going in there and plucking out 15 of them.
Right.
And
For your sample set.
Right.
Right. So
That's the way I understood it.
okay. Do we need a motion for that? Or?
Well, I don't think so. I think she just contacted me,
Okay.
and then we'll proceed from there.
Okay, can you do that? Okay.
Is there a deadline on this, do you know? I don't see any.
It might be in that email.
But all that information should be contained right downstairs. We got it all there.
I don't think it's a huge deadline sensitive thing. Okay, let's move on to the Red Willow Beer and Liquor License.
Nice. I talked with the previous owners, and they're leasing the property with the possibility of Mike Lund purchasing it. They're on board with him having a beer and liquor license. Without that beer and liquor license, Mike doesn't feel like it's financially viable to open the resort and provide the other services, whether the restaurant and things like that to provide. So, at least from his indication, it's fairly essential that he be given the opportunity to at least try this out and see if there's a profit potential in it.
Is this on and off sale?
Yes.
These things don't specify?
Once
Oh,
you're-
that's right. But those are city ordinances when you have those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this isn't a whole lot different than what we do with the supplement.
Right. Okay.
So I would make a motion that we approve the application or the permit for a beer and liquor license for Red Willow Resort.
Been moved by John to approve the beer and liquor license application for Red Willow Resort. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, sick leave donation.
Christine is out sick, and she currently doesn't have any sick or vacation time, and so we have a few employees that would like to donate.
I should probably tell you guys a little bit more about that. Christine's been in the hospital in a swing bed. She is undergoing physical therapy and occupational therapy and cognitive therapy at this time. They don't really have a complete diagnosis for her other than she had a B12 deficiency. And it's caused some problems for her.
Doesn't need enough beef.
Apparently not.
Wow.
And I didn't know until this happened. It can cause some serious trouble with some people.
Really?
Yeah, I've done some research on it, and it causes memory problems and cognitive problems, balance problems. It's a whole onset of problems if you don't get enough B12, I guess.
Okay. I guess we have allowed employees to donate sick leave in the past. And really, the employees are taking some risk if they need it for themselves later, but
I don't remember, is this a commission decision or isn't it in the policy manual?
Well, I
Do it?
don't.
It's in the policy manual that it has to come up to you guys.
Oh, it is.
it's a yeah, because we turned one of them down one time.
Well, enlighten me. Sick leave is accumulative and never is taken away, so you could have 2 years of sick leave. Vacation time, you use it or lose it.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so there's some people, I don't know if it happens.
Is there a maximum accrual on sick leave?
No.
No. And so we had this discussion before, so theoretically, there's enough sick leave out there to.
There are probably people that have been here for 20 years that probably have 2,000 hours of sick leave saved up.
Oh, there are.
But when they retire, they don't get paid for that.
You get paid 10%, I think.
Well, I agree, we've allowed it in the plat path, so.
It's not entirely without cost to the county.
Nope. Right.
Well, that's unknown. Depending on if the person that donates it needs to use it someday. So.
I move that we approve the sick leave donations to Christine Watney from 3 other county employees.
Moved by Dale to approve the sick leave donation requests. Is there a second to that motion?
Second motion.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Samantha wants to slough off on our regular commission meeting days in July and October, and she wants us to move.
Why?
I will be gone July 17th, and I will also be gone October 2nd. And so I asked that I know that I had actually put the October 2nd meeting was actually the 9th, but since that's the first Friday, I thought I'd bring it up because that was landing pretty close to closing of books. But now I've flip-flopped things because my brother is getting married, so I was going to be gone. And then July 17th, I would like it if it was moved to the 24th, if it works.
Yeah, the July 3rd meeting is on a holiday too.
July 3rd, yep, so that would be,
Because I guess one thing we could do is move them on the 10th and 24th in July.
the only problem that I would have with that, that's no big deal, but Connie has to get the checks to the townships by the 9th.
So maybe we meet the 2nd and
The 24th, or, yeah.
2nd and 24th. In
Well,
July.
One thing with the October meeting on the 9th is the budgets need to be done by the 9th because they're due by the October 10th.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Can't the deputy auditor fill in on the 2nd?
Oh, I'll be here the 2nd.
Oh,
I'll be here July 2nd. I just won't be here July 17th.
no, I'm talking October 2nd.
Oh, October. If you would like to. I was going to have it the 9th, so we would have the public meeting that night as well. Because I think that's what you guys did last year.
I think we should do that.
That's what we did.
And you want the July meetings on the 2nd and the 24th?
Yep.
Doesn't matter to me.
It's fine.
John, checking your calendar.
No, I didn't have any reason to dispute this one. I was putting it in my calendar.
Oh,
So July 2nd.
July 2nd, 24th, and October 9th instead of the 2nd.
Then 9th and 23rd on October, you have 2 weeks in a row, or
That makes sense, the 9th and 23rd would really make sense.
there's 5 Fridays anyway.
2nd and 4th Fridays.
Go with the 23rd.
Yeah, so,
The 9th and the 23rd.
What are we doing on October 23rd?
9th and 23rd.
Instead of the
What was July?
16th.
2nd and 24th.
Do we need a motion to do that?
I think so because you
Probably.
set the calendar already.
Motion to move those 4 meetings?
So moved.
Been moved by Ron to move the July 3rd meeting to the 2nd, the 17th to the 24th, and the October 2nd meeting to the 9th, the October 16th meeting to the 23rd. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Courthouse. First thing on the courthouse is, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but there's no room to put the outdoor units on the 3 split air conditioning units that are in the EOC center. So Schultz Plumbing has proposed that he install wall brackets above the condensing units for the forced air systems. There's just, the way that generator got placed, there's just not enough real estate to put another row of those condensers in there. So he said they were $150 a piece to put those in. And so it's going to be an additional $450 to do that.
We don't have much choice, I don't think, do we?
I don't feel that we do, Ron.
So, I'll move that we approve the change order to put in brackets for the units.
Okay. Been moved by Ron to authorize the split unit condensers be mounted on wall brackets. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Okay, the other thing that's included in the packets here is Ron has been pondering the configuration of that building when we start moving into it.
Yeah, what I did, I got with Bob, we
How
worked
come
on,
this isn't on the agenda?
well, I think we just said we'd talk about it under the new and old courthouse,
Oh,
rather than having it later. But Bob and I talked about it, and we came up with 3 options, and then Bob came up with a 4th, and a lot of reasons that he didn't like some of the other options. So I spent this morning working on another option, and I'd like to pass this one on. Everybody, I wish I could have had it to you sooner, but But what I did in this one, it's kind of a melding of some of the others. And maybe to understand, you might have to look back at the old drawing to see what I was doing. But in room 102, that was the deputy's room, and I showed a new partition there along the east wall going down there, and then relocating the door from room 103 into that area. And then I said, change the room 102 to the sheriff's office by adding a new east wall and relocating door 103 to room 102. and then adding a new door in the northeast corner of room 103, which was the deputy's office. And then I said enclose room 105 by adding a new wall and door. And that, it's you can probably see it. It's that wall right across below where it says 105. And so that gives, I don't know if you would use that for a waiting area, Jamie, or what you do, but it kind of, it gives you more privacy back into that area. And then I said, move the SA and SA secretary into rooms 103 and 104. And this would also be, the deputies would be moving into room 101. They'd have a desk there somewhere behind Mickey, so that there would be, there's probably not usually more than one deputy there, but if there is, there might be some times where there's two deputies there. But at any rate, I don't know if you looked at the other ones very much, but I really believe this is by far a better solution than any of those other four. As far as I'm concerned, you don't even need to look at the other four.
Would it be easier to walk over there so you can visualize it?
Oh, we could. That would be fine.
I think so.
Lead on, John.
For what?
Lead on. You got a walk on a key.
Sam, you got a key?
I do.
I've got two keys.
Yeah.
Travis has got a key.
Travis has a key?
Travis has a key.
Okay. So we found one, we got them all then.
We're missing just one.
Wait for us here.
Come on over.
I don't know. Somebody else agreed.
Just following around behind us, tape recorded.
See the crappy clothes the Oppenheimer's wearing today?
Hello, I got that on recording.
I just drink a little water.
Open-toed shoes for Memorial Day.
I think I saw that outfit at the thrift store.
Yeah, right in here is where this door here, I said, take this door out and move it down there, and then put in a new door approximately right here. And then there was a partition. This partition here would go right straight across, and it would hit right approximately here. And then the new door would open this way. This one might have to be an emergency egress door.
It will have to be.
Okay, so Jamie should know that he won't be able to lock people out of that one. He can lock those two offices.
So I have questions. How did the public get back here?
Well, let me finish the whole thing.
Okay.
The second part of it was an office for Bob. By running this partition down here and then continuing it off over there, and then having a door going this way. So it does put Bob and next to his deputies and next to Mickey. It puts you in the secure area like you wanted, and you wanted to be close to the sheriff's department. But, as far as getting back here, you would get back here the same way you always do.
Well, I know I would.
And the public would be the
Secure
same
area.
way. But I mean, if the
But
public.
there's no automatic access to state train. I'm not really worried about that part. I mean, I'm worried about, no, I'm getting crunched back into minimal space
Well-
again. By the time we block off this office,
But-
I've got my deputy sitting in with my reception. They have no privacy back over there.
But before, if the public were to get back to you, whether you were in that office or this office.
But I'm not worried about my public because I know who I'm getting here. I'm getting people in here for law enforcement reasons. People walk into Jamie's office 24 hours a day. I mean, 7 days a week, want to talk to receptionists.
Well, I mean, they would come right down.
But someone's got to get him in here. Who's going to be doing that? There's no one to let. I mean, my receptionist is not Jamie's receptionist, and if she's going to be, then we have to look at something different there. But this is built as sheriff's. I need a place here for workstations. I need a place here for fingerprints, teletype. The teletype cannot sit over there. It cannot be in my office. It's got to be in a location of its own, and that was going to be here on the workstations. I don't know. This place was built for a sheriff's office. There's other options in this EOC, and one of them is that room 119 and the space behind it.
Bob?
This discussion, so let's not get.
This is a discussion, and we have to satisfy the needs of the taxpayer. We have to have a state's attorney's office in here. You don't need office space for all four of the people that are in the sheriff's office. They're supposed to be out patrolling. So you've got an office, you need your private space, that's there. We have the space for the deputies over there. There's plenty of other rooms in the EOC center that you can make use of. All we're giving up is just this little bit of space here for the state's attorney. That's about a fourth of the space that was originally allocated to the state's attorney when this thing was built. We're just trying to make some compromises. This isn't to punish anybody. You can go back in here and you can make anything you want out of these. So we're just trying to have a little bit of compromise here. And I think the state's attorney deserves just as much a secure area as the sheriff. After all, the sheriff and the deputies are armed. He's not. And he's at just as much risk from the public, more so possibly than you. I mean, he's the one that actually has to punish the people. You just have to bring them for punishment. So I think it's a viable option. Is it what you wanted? No. Is any of this what anybody wanted? No. But we have to make the best of the situation. We need to get everybody, all county offices, into this facility. Possibly, if we had the whole facility, Bob, maybe state's attorney's office could be there, and maybe later on it can be. But for right now, to get this open so that we can, first of all, diminish the huge insurance costs we're paying on this thing, and secondly, get rid of the offices down there, we need to get this up and functioning. I would be willing to look at it later on, Bob, if we can put the state's attorneys down in one of those offices there.
Right.
And then by what Ron had planned here, it wouldn't diminish this at all. You just have a wall there. It wouldn't be a big deal if then you moved in there and the deputy moved in there and the deputy moved in here. But for the time being, I think we really need to get this up and running. And then we can look at the consolidation once we get the rest of the courthouse going.
So why is there no discussion on room 119 and the space behind it? That was talked about before. That's out of the water now? If it's going to be a solution, that room's staying open.
No, that's the DES. That was designated for the DES director. And as you pointed out in your email, you're not going to be doing the DES position, so we're going to have a standalone room and storage space for the DES director and hopefully 911, and that is what that is going to happen.
Yep, and Ron and I discussed
the
that.
least disturbance of this to go is to do what Ron had here. We have a little wall here, we have a doorway here, and we have a wall there. And again, once we get that done, up and going, I think there's plenty of room for discussion and moving things around. But up until then, yes, you lost some space, but does it make can you still do your job? I think you can.
Well, of course.
Wouldn't it be less disturbance to us if we're just doing temporarily stuff to put Jamie out in that and then not have to do any of this little construction business?
No, because we still need a space for the DES. Bob's already indicated that there's going to be another DES director, and so then we'll have to displace.
What time frame were we looking at for that?
We don't know.
I clearly point out in one of the options that DES can take over this space here, and I'll make ample storage for them within my sheriff's storage. I pointed out, Ron, we even talked about that day, that could be permanently the DES office. That came up from you. You brought it to me, that you could put DES in there permanently. You were going to vacate that office completely down there before this last option. When you talked to me, we were going to put DES
I
in
think
over
this
here.
is the best option, and that's where I'm going. So, again, we have one little wall and or a divider there, and we'll talk about the rest of it later. But you can't go from having the state's attorney's office being 1,500 square feet to being 300 square feet. What changed? I mean, why did the size requirements all of a sudden get cut by? I mean,
John, I didn't change any size requirements. I didn't make any change sizes. I thought this would be a discussion. So
it is. It is a
discussing.
discussion, but ultimately, Bob, the authority to do this lies with the county commission.
Of course it does.
Okay, so
Don't
the
hear her arguing
discussion,
that.
so it can be a discussion.
But the decision's already been made.
My decision has been made, absolutely.
Okay, well, it sounded like
Mine has been, absolutely, my decision has been made.
Well, I knew that. We've talked about that.
Absolutely. So I don't know about the rest of them. I haven't talked to them.
And I admit, once I drew this up, I liked it by far better than the other four.
Well, it does put me in a bind with my deputy space. It does, for privacy reasons. I mean, that's why these walls are built, just so when my staff's here, there's some anonymity for my staff. Now they're sitting over my reception area.
Bob, there should never be a time when all four of your staff people are in this office.
John, there's times all four of my staff are here many times.
There shouldn't be.
John, I'm the sheriff. I run the sheriff's office.
You argue with us all the time that you need more deputies because you want 24-hour patrol. How can you have 24-hour patrol when they're sitting in the office? Don't John me. You've said that over and over and over
I'm
again.
going to explain. You just asked me why. I don't get a chance to explain that now? You're a dictator, John. You ask me a question, then you answer it for me. Don't ask me a question then.
You can't answer it.
Yes, I can. We have court dates. We have investigation dates. There's sometimes I have my staff here, plus other counties here at one time.
Well,
yeah, that happens a lot.
And they all fit in here.
Where?
Right over there.
Ron,
but there's other times when
Okay,
Mickey
come here,
isn't.
okay.
There's other times when Mickey isn't here that having a deputy in there.
what's that?
How about all these other? How about this space? Now there, look at this.
This space here, Ron and I talked about this yesterday. This is going to be the DES space. I was told that yesterday that this is going to be DES space and the storage will be shared here with the sheriff.
Bob, I suggested that. I didn't make the decision.
No,
I can't
understand
make that decision.
But today that's no longer in the play.
I suggested it, Bob. It's still in play. Everything's in play. But I didn't. It wasn't that you and me sat down and decided to move the DS guy in here.
No, but
because I don't have the authority to make that decision.
But today, this is not even an option anymore.
Well, no, sure, it's an option.
Not to me.
Okay. Well, to me, it's an option.
Yeah.
Yep. And then the one other thing we're missing in order to make this operational, we need somewhere for the custodian. And I think this is a perfect room for it. Right here. We can put the lawnmower, we can put all the tools, everything in here. And we need a place for the custodian.
There is no?
No, there isn't. There is not. And how that was left out, I don't know. But we don't have it, and we're not going to have the old courthouse.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So I think this is at the floor ring, but I think this is the place for the custodian.
It's ridiculous. Well, let's go upstairs and get the railroad done.
Got somebody in your car.
Should I stop it?
Did you guys lock Dale in the old court, in the
What's that?
You went
Lost.
downstairs.
Hit a rush for me, say quick.
Schultz just, I texted Schultz to go ahead and he said, okay.
He called me too.
Ron, do you have another one of those mirrors? Thank you.
Okay. Burr, chilly in there. Bob?
I guess before the commission moves forward, I'd like to make one last remark here. If you're looking through the options, I would encourage the commission to look at option number 3. Option number 3 with the state's attorney's reception and public access in room 119. It placed the attorney in room 103. That option would require virtually no construction, no updates, no walls, no changes. There's ample room there for everybody. That way Jamie can control who comes and goes to his office. It'd be as he needed them. There'd be no construction needed. It wouldn't change anything. And then if something changes down the road when the course is done, we can look at that differently at that point and make alternate changes.
So 3 is
option 3.
State's attorney receptionist assistant will be located in room 119. That's the DES office, right?
Yep. And then the attorney would be in the office next to mine in the space. That was one of the options that Ron and I talked about. To me, that seems very viable. There's absolutely no construction needed. The money we spend on walls, temporary walls, if they are temporary and all that, that money can be put to buy some desk for space, and this is minor things like that. I think Jamie and I and my staff have a very good working relationship. Yeah, that wouldn't interfere with my workspace I need for my teletype and those things, fingerprints, photographs, just. I think this option also would appease the court too. There was some concern that he was right next to the conference room there for jury reasons in the event of a jury trial. Potentially you could, someone in that room could hear what the jury was deliberating. This would eliminate that.
Who wrote up? You read option 3?
Yes, I did. I did 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just so there was options.
You didn't like option 3 much at the time you wrote it.
What's that?
You didn't like option 3 much at the time you wrote it.
It just threw it out there as options, John. The only option that I had a hardship with was option number 1. I mean, that seems pretty silly for me to be out of my space, out of the sheriff's space, and moved on.
But your criticism on 3 is valid. This option again does not bode well for connectivity between the assistant and the attorney. It also makes for poor access to the attorney for consultations and meetings. It also places individuals from the public within the sheriff's office, compromising security, evidentiary integrity, and privacy of the work being performed.
Yep, and if option number 4 is not viable, then I think option number 3 is very viable. There's no construction required for us, nothing. To keep the storage space, everybody involved. And
well, option number 4 can't be viable. Can it? I mean, you're gonna use the room. Option number 4, 119, 114, and then you're going to upgrade the lighting, carpeting, and phone in ITT in 113. 113 is a woman's bathroom.
Oh, I looked wrong. 116. 116 is the road. And that's the lighting and ventilation is already in place there. I looked at that yesterday when I brought the key up here for the carpet guys.
What's 116?
That's that storage area between the multi-purpose commissioner space and the DS storage space.
So where's 114?
$114 a hall. The copy I had looking at, they didn't have very good, the numbers weren't very legible on, so I probably got those numbers wrong.
That's, yeah, so really, then you're trying to cram everybody into the DES office and storage space in that one.
No, the station would have 119 and 116, both those places. And Ron and I talked about moving the DES director, if it's me or whoever fills up, they can occupy space in my space, or the secure part of the EOC space. That's all. It's just an option.
Yeah. Personally, I like option 5, but that's just me.
I mean, I personally think option 3 is very viable. They're all viable, but option 3 does not lend any construction costs.
The construction cost is very minimal, but that's there is a cost. Jamie, what do you think?
Well, I told you guys before I'd be happy with any space, but State's Attorney's office that was designed is 2,000 square feet, which is not even reasonable for what the space we require is. But going from a 2,000 square foot planned office to 280 square foot planned office and a DES office and DES storage is a big difference, I guess.
And then we have to find DES office and storage again, because we're going to have a DES office and storage. So then, I don't know. It seems to me that down the road, I think there's room to occupy one of the offices. The state's attorney can occupy one of the offices in the courthouse, in the courthouse, excuse me. I think pretty easily we can shuffle things around there. Where either the tax director's office or the treasurer's office could be the state's attorney's office in there, but that's not an option right now.
Bob?
And I guess based on those comments, that's why I think option 3 is viable. I mean, if there's no construction needed, it fills the bill immediately. Jamie can occupy that office, that 103 or 103 or whichever, and it's done.
He doesn't believe that's enough space for his office, and I don't either. Again, it would be if we hadn't allocated 2,000 square foot to the prior state's attorney. Now we want to cut it by a tenth of it for his space. Now I don't think that makes much sense. I don't think the need. I don't think there was a need for 2,000, but I don't think there's also reasonable to cut it by that much.
Well, if you add room 119 square footage and room 103, that's a very viable square footage.
We could head down the basement and see what's required for a sheriff's department, because I think there's one down there.
Yeah.
The construction costs are so minimal as well. It makes more sense to me.
If we go with 3 though, then there's no costs, and the guy could just walk in tomorrow and set up shop though.
Hmm?
I say with 3 you can walk in tomorrow and just take a start.
But there's not.
No, they're not
Jamie's
separate.
Jamie's got to have more space than that. That office is tiny.
No, he's in 2 offices.
Well, there's 2 offices, but it puts me in one spot and then puts secretary in another spot.
Yeah, the 280 square foot is for both offices, right?
And that's
That's the total for 119 and 1.
But everybody's got their opinion. I just got mine.
That's why I'm saying, instead of going with that option where you're using those 2 spaces, have Christine available to the public in 119. Jamie can come and go on room 103. It's the same size as you have now, Jamie, or almost identical size.
State's attorney's office deserves just as much protection as the sheriff's office. If more so, again, they're not armed, and they're in the office. They're in the office every day. The assistant state's attorney or the secretary. Again, I just don't think that you need that much space, Bob, when you have people out on the road most of the time. And you've got a big office. Your concern was that you need somewhere for privacy. That's a huge office. If you wanted, you could put the chief deputy in your office. There's plenty of room for 2 people there. It was designed for 2 people before. No, the space that I would like to see you occupy, the sheriff's office, the big open space. There's a room for another desk in there, easily.
In room 104?
102.
102. It's an open space, but now we're gonna put a wall in it, yeah.
That was meant for 2 desks, yes.
Yeah, I mean, and that could actually be 2 offices, but anyway, again, that's.
You know, we're talking about time spent on tasks. My office is occupied virtually from 7 in the morning until evening, people in and out constantly.
But there's plenty of space for that. I mean, your receptionist has got all kinds of room there. You could put a couple desks for the deputies in there, and you've got a big office.
You know, there's a lot of counties, the state's attorney secretaries at the courthouse, and they work somewhere else. I mean, that's done frequently. I mean, I just, these are options, we throw them out there. To me, option number 3, it makes very good sense. It puts Jamie in the secure position he needs to be.
It doesn't put his assistant in a secure position. And now we don't have a DPS.
When this first was even talked about before we got to this point, I was ridiculed for my security. Now it's a pristine thing.
Well, I don't think I ever ridiculed you for your security. I certainly ridiculed you for the project itself, and I'll continue to do that.
That's fine.
But I don't think I ever ridiculed you for the security as per se. I think the project as a whole was a huge ego trip for some people, and I think that's continuing.
Well, I prefer option 5. And maybe to get it started, I'll make a motion that adoption 5 be adopted.
Been moved by Ron that the option 5 reconfiguration plan be adopted.
I didn't write option 5 on it, but it's the one where the sheriff moves into room 102 in the state's attorney.
Before we approve that, Ron,
Mm-hmm.
should that be contingent on the cost of doing that? I mean, it doesn't look like a big deal. Adding walls certainly probably isn't, potentially, but I noticed there's some outlets that need to be moved and spire equipment that's going to need to be moved.
I wouldn't be surprised if it got to be more money than that.
Well, I just have no idea.
Well, the fire, Ron moved the wall, the door too far. The door just needs to go 30 inches from where it is now, and then there's only one outlet.
There's wiring and stuff in those walls.
Just one outlet that could be moved.
We don't know.
Scott Ferguson already looked at it. Last time we were in there, I asked him if that could be done. He said that's not a big deal at all.
So in option 5, where would the state's attorney secretary go?
Probably,
Right next to them.
yeah.
In 104?
Well, it'll be up to
103.
Jamie. I imagine, Jamie, you would take 104 for yourself and put the secretary in 103. You have both offices. You could do it the other way around if you wanted to.
So it's the same as option 1, but we're putting a wall in.
Yeah, option 1, we're moving the sheriff into the DES.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then that was in the secure area, so
Sure.
Ron changed it.
Well, I'm still kind of thinking if it's just gonna be a temporary deal for the state's attorney, why do we want to incur any expense?
The one, I guess I'll say the one thing about the DES storage is there's only one set of outlets in that storage room. And
Well, that wouldn't be used for an office, though. It'd be just going to be storage. There won't be an office.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Seconded by John. That was my fault. I brought up
Well,
whether or not we wanted to get a cost or not before we decide to do something.
it's a legitimate question, I guess, so.
Well, I think we can move ahead with the motion, and then we can get the cost, and then decide whether or not we can preference it with whether we go ahead depending on the cost.
Yeah, that's a good idea, adding at the end contingent upon,
On
cost being approved at a later point in time.
Yep.
We'll proceed with the design and estimating, pre-construction.
Is that an amendment?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay.
That is, unless you want me to start all over again, but
No.
otherwise. yeah.
Second to the amendment?
I'll second.
Seconded by John. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion?
I heard a little something strange here. Okay, 5. The only difference between 5 and 1 is the sheriff's will be over in here then.
Yeah, in number 1, the sheriff was in this room.
Well, this is 1.
Okay, yeah.
But in 5, this would be, the sheriff would be over here.
In 5, the sheriff would be over there, and in 5, there are the 2 walls there.
So 1 and 5 are basically the same,
No,
except for moving
John,
the sheriff.
in number 1, Ron's gonna take me completely out of the sheriff's
No,
office,
just-
put me DS up.
But yeah,
But it's saying
but
they're
he
the
is-
same, except the sheriff would be, instead of in,
Yeah, he understands.
it would be over here with walls.
Yeah.
Basic.
You are correct, yeah.
Yep.
In option 1, the sheriff would be here, in option 5, the sheriff is over there.
Right.
And then whoever.
But we can't have the sheriff over there without walls?
Well,
Into the TES.
No.
If you took option, but he was over here without the walls.
Well, I will give him the need for privacy. I can concede that he does need a wall there because, if there is a window under, he needs to have a shade on it. He does need privacy. I'll concede that.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, now we'll discuss the motion as amended. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
To move in, we still need to have a place for the janitor. There is none.
There was nothing on the plan.
Not that I saw.
I guess, what are you referring to, John?
Well, where's he gonna put his, where are we gonna put the lawnmower, the mops, the buckets, the cleaning supplies?
There's 2 janitor rooms for that. There's a wet room and there's a dry room on that other building for janitors. Maybe a lot of space there, tools, everything.
Well, wouldn't be for lawnmowers.
Right.
Where's that at?
Right next to the DS office, between there and where you go in the sheriff's office, that's where the wet mop room is. The mop thing's already in place. And on the east end of the building, next to that copy room, one of them door there's a dry janitor space there for cart, toiletries, all that stuff was put in there.
Is it 118?
I don't have a full map, so.
It's just this little
Right here, this guy?
No. Just this space right here.
Oh.
I think it might be 170.
Yeah, it's just a little.
Yeah, 170, that's the mop thing that's already installed there.
But I mean, when we get it up and running and this place isn't here anymore, we need more, all the stuff. I mean, we don't.
Where did they put it now?
Huh?
Where did they put it now?
You know, lean to on the old courthouse over here.
Yeah. There's a.
Oh, right down here.
Oh,
Right down
that
here.
little white shack
Yeah.
there. Oh.
Oh, really? That's for lawnmower?
Looks like
Yeah, all
three
the
pieces of
rakes and
plywood and
shovels
then
and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we don't have a place for any of that. I mean, that's got a floor drain and that's accessible with the overhead door. I don't know why that wouldn't work.
Pretty nice place to come in when you got someone in your squad car too.
Where do they go in now?
Probably big enough for them too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know there was an air exchange put in there for long-term storage of gasoline and those things. That was one of the questions that came up during the planning stages. There was discussion of putting in a small storage shed adjacently over here when this was settled. That was one of the discussions.
When this is gone?
When this was settled over here, so.
Well, I move that we assign the garage to the janitorial services.
It's been moved that the garage space be assigned to the janitorial services. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Ron. Is there any discussion? Bob.
The garage is called a Sally Port. That is the access from the sheriff's office to the courtroom. It was designed for secure purposes with the court administration, and I know it belongs to Grace County, but that is how we get our prisoners into the building and to court. During the murder trial, we had almost a mistrial because I have to walk my prisoners outside in shackles. If the jurors see that, they can call for a mistrial. It's considered
Prejudicial.
Yeah, prejudicial to the defendant. There you go. I can do it. And Jamie, you need to speak up if you know full well what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but they,
well.
Isn't there room for both?
They can still walk through there, but we're not, can't they?
Well,
If you bring them from another facility in your car, then you unload them inside and right into the.
That was the whole idea. That wasn't a garage for just convenience purposes to park a car. That was side for to bring prisoners into the facility, whether it's to holding cell first and then to the courtroom. That's what that was.
So if we're having a murder trial and we have to do that, we can move the lawnmower.
I guess it's 28 by 18. Is there room just to use?
There's room for shovels and material
For stuff in there?
I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Right.
But to store a mower in a place was not built for that kind of air exchange, for having gasoline sitting there. Those cars go in and out. It's not a parking garage. It's a drop-off garage. So, I don't want to sit in my office and smell gasoline. I'm sure Jamie don't either.
Well, it wouldn't be any difference if you drive a lawnmower in or drive a car in.
Oh, Ron, come on. Don't you want a lawnmower? They smell like gas all the time, Ron, anymore. That's going to be in a closed space. There's a difference.
But you would just drive a gas engine in and turn off the key, in either case.
Right, but lawnmowers smell. Come on, you go down the shed stand, you tell me that doesn't smell like gasoline.
Hopefully, I think we're flexible enough that if we need to have
Right.
to be able to drive in to drop a prisoner off, I think we can probably work with that. I don't see a big deal here. We need to have somewhere to put all that stuff that we're storing now. If it becomes a problem that it smells like gas, well, then we'll fix it. We'll move it over there. I mean, but to have it sit there and be dedicated as a Sally Port for something that gets used.
Been 2 murder trials in Griggs County.
No, you guys are getting carried away. Come on, get real here. I'm a sheriff, so that's how I'm going to maintain my cars, wash my cars, keep them clean. My guys vacuum the cars. Right now, we take them down and tell them pay for that. I can do it in there. That's why this was built, for all kinds of different
So it's
reasons.
not a Sally Port then?
Yes. But it's to be kept open. It wasn't built for a janitor space or the landscaping space. I mean, we all know that. We all know that.
But you're not.
Bob, you know that, but no one agrees, at least I don't agree, for the purpose you built it for. I think it's a total waste of taxpayer money, and I think it needs to get fixed. I think your purpose is for building that, we're totally self-serving, and I don't agree with it. And I'm not going to go along with it. So don't keep telling me it was built for that purpose when the people said you shouldn't build it, and you build it anyway. Now we're in this damn problem. If you wouldn't have spent all that money and wouldn't have caused all these problems, we wouldn't be sitting like we are now. So quit saying it was built for that damn purpose. It was built for the purpose that this current county commission design wants it to be.
It was built for cars to be maintained, to drop prisoners off, and use a Sally Port. That's what it was designed for. That's
You
what
just told it was supposed to be empty for a Sally Port, and in the next sentence you say it's for cleaning up cars and gas. And what in the world?
I said not. God.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Anybody got anything else?
Jamie,
Oh, I got something else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, letter.
That letter. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot about it.
I damn near forgot about it too.
There's 2 errors in that I seen right away. I didn't catch Ron caught one and John caught the other one. I misstated the statute. It's 47-16-17 instead of 46-16-17. And then the amount is $295,000.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what were the corrections again?
295 and 46-16-17 instead of, or 47-16-17 instead of 46-16-17.
47.
The rest of it's the same. It's just 47 instead of 46.
Perfect.
The thing I don't see, and we talked about it before, just putting a 30-day limit on it with the pros and cons of that. And it,
Well, whatever the century.
The century code states a limited, a reasonable time. Actually, it doesn't give a specific date, but a reasonable time. I guess what we can say is 30 days would be a reasonable time.
I usually just like to see the 30 days.
Now, would it be appropriate to put in there that as part of the process of seeking a viable solution that we would request a meeting with the building authority?
Well, there should be a response to the letter. I mean, it'll have to be served and
Well, yeah, they should respond to something like that, but they haven't responded to the last 2 letters. Or
But we really can't dictate their response. Here's what we intend to do. Then the ball's in their court.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can say, if we hear no response within 30 days, we'll initiate legal action. But maybe we're not to that point.
Well, I say seek remedies in there. The remedies is one of those things.
That's what you're saying. Good point.
Okay. Do you like to send that letter to the building authority?
Yeah, I'll move that this letter be sent to the building authority with the 2 corrections made to it and delivered by the sheriff by whatever that method is called, serving the, not the son.
Affidavit of service?
Affidavit
Isn't that what it's called?
Just service, sheriff's service.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion?
Can I ask a question about service? Can that be to Ron or to the treasurer or somebody? Do you want to Ron?
To serve a corporation, the chairman,
Agent.
the agent or the
I serve
corporation.
agents all the time. I very rarely serve the top people, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm just curious if it save us miles and whatever. But
I don't know.
just question.
Connie's the registered.
If someone would sign for the document, we don't have to serve.
Yeah, I can serve Keith. He's the secretary treasurer, so.
I think we should.
Whoever, it'd be Ron or an agent of. That's who we usually get it from attorneys, so. Doesn't matter to me. Just
I don't
I
care.
think it should be Ron or Connie, one of those 2, because Connie's the registered agent.
I don't know.
But she may not be long. As long as just based on my 30 years experience, I'd say if I would do Ron or Keith. They're both officers and they're both on the building.
I'm fine with similar cheapest for the county. If you can make it good down there, let them go
Right.
there. I'm
But
fine with it. As long as it's legal.
It makes no difference to me, I'd like to know guidance from you guys.
Okay,
I think proper service would be to the chairman or to the registered agent, so either Ron or Connie.
How was Connie the registered agent? I thought she was just
I don't know, that's just what it states on the Secretary of State's website when I looked up the corporation.
Well, Cindy was.
Cindy was the registered agent.
Right, but I suppose.
And Rita was something.
She was incorporated.
Incorporated, yeah.
But Cindy was a registered agent, but I suppose when Cindy went away, maybe Connie became that, but,
Well, then just make it simple, just ask me to serve Ron, I'll just serve Ron.
yeah.
When we done it. He'll get it to whoever needs to go to. So. Do it all the time.
Okay.
is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Well, Sam, just let me know when it's done, I'll pick it up and we'll get it like you do.
Okay.
Sam, you've got a copy of it so you can make those changes, don't you?
Correct.
And Bob,
Yep.
for the record, when this thing's done, I'm willing to look at moving, I mean, we need a solution to this so we can stop the bleeding. We're paying in insurance and lease fees, we're paying $3,000 a month. The quicker we can get this done, I think there's a solution where we can put the states to turn it down here. And
And I guess, John, that's why my thinking is, if we went to option 3, there's no extra cost.
but
We've been worried about nickel and dime this thing the last few months here. Now we're going to build walls and maybe for a temporary time. But anyway, I get what you're saying. I'm with you on that. So
it's
let's all go have a good weekend.
just, well, yeah, I know. Just the notion that we have to stick with the way that it was designed because that's the way it was designed. I can't swallow when I even think about it. Because I can't stand the thought that it was even designed, and so you can't make me follow a set of blueprints that I don't think ever should have been drawn up. And so I'm trying to do the best for the citizens of Griggs County, make the best scenario out of a very bad situation financially, and this seems to be the way to do it. But that's my opinion, and I'm sticking with that just as you're sticking with yours.
Yeah. I was just going to mention that I think those walls are going to be an asset to any future use of the courthouse.
That's correct.
No matter how we turn things around, having those walls there will be a good thing, no matter who's behind them.
Yep.
I move we adjourn.
Been moved that we adjourn. John seconded. All in favor?
Yeah.
Say aye.
Next meeting. She's living right. So
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Meeting adjourned at 5:14 p.m. Next meeting will be the 22nd of May at 1 o'clock. Commissioners room.